The debut stream of Amasaki, Nina kicks off with her introducing herself to the internet as a fresh newcomer, warmly thanking everyone who decided to tune in to watch her very first broadcast. The live chat starts buzzing right away as viewers compliment her cute voice, though a few realistic comments point out just how incredibly crowded the VTuber market is these days. An eager fan watches the stream in the dark, completely captivated by her voice, and unable to pull his eyes away from the broadcast. The streamer gets her very first donation when a viewer named Ao San sends over a 500 yen super chat wishing her the best and promising to support her from now on. She is incredibly touched by the kind gesture, wondering if this supportive viewer really just stumbled upon her stream by pure chance among all the options out there. Filled with absolute joy, she gives her heartfelt thanks to him for somehow finding her in the vast sea of the internet. That sweet, sincere moment instantly seals the deal, completely stealing his heart right then and there. Meanwhile, neighborhood gossip is already spreading about Miyagi, with people wondering why a former elite corporate programmer would suddenly leave his big company to work at a local convenience store. The store gossip mills are spinning at full speed, revealing that Miyagi ended up with serious psychological trauma after being dumped by his fiancée, leading the local gossips to complain about how the younger generation simply can't handle heartbreak. They source this corporate drama from a relative's boyfriend who worked at the same company, pitying Miyagi's poor parents because their 27-year-old son is stuck working a part-time convenience store gig. Overhearing his co-workers Suzuki and Seidu tearing him to pieces, Miyagi wishes they would at least have the decency to wait until he went home to trash him, though he quietly admits every single painful rumor they are spreading is completely true. He reflects on the brutal reality of dating a senior colleague at work for 4 years only for her to dump him, leaving him trapped in a hostile office environment where he felt like a constant laughingstock. The crushing depression forced him to quit his job under medical orders, reducing his daily life to a miserable existence surrounded by trash, until everything finally changed the moment he discovered her. His sweet old boss eagerly calls him over to show off the highly anticipated merchandise lottery she just brought in, knowing it is exactly what he has been looking forward to all day. Spotting the VTuber lottery, Miyagi excitedly asks if he can take a shot at it, and since his shift is already wrapping up, his boss gladly lets him draw a ticket, landing him a rubber strap prize. When the curious boss playfully asks if the character he pulled is the one he is crazy about, Miyagi sheepishly explains he does not actually know that specific girl very well. As his eyes drift over to the colorful promotional poster displayed on the store window, his mind immediately turns to his absolute favorite. He quietly confesses to himself that the only one who truly saved him and won his heart is none other than Amasaki Nina. Nina has been a total breakout hit as a VTuber since her debut earlier this year, quickly climbing the social media ranks thanks to her incredibly cheerful and spontaneous chatting streams. Miyagi knows her healing power firsthand, since tuning into her broadcasts is the sole reason he managed to pull himself out of his dark slump and finally get back to working part-time. Unfortunately, his fandom dedication has absolutely destroyed his budget, as he kept blowing his cash on lottery tickets just to get his hands on some Nina merch, forcing him to skip his water bill just to make rent. Walking home with his financial regrets, he makes his usual way past the local neighborhood park. That is when he suddenly notices a familiar figure sitting nearby, instantly recognizing the quiet girl who always seems to hang around the area. Sure enough, the mysterious girl is sitting on her usual bench again today, catching his attention as he passes by. He can't help but wonder if she is actually a student, finding it incredibly strange that she spends her entire day loitering in a park instead of being in a classroom. Her constant skipping of school makes him highly suspicious, leading him to think she might have run away from home or got caught up in some major teenage drama. He gets a brief glimpse of her profile as he passes, but he forces himself to look away before things get weird. Breathing a sigh of relief, he scurries off, knowing that making awkward eye contact with a teenage girl would immediately make him look like a total creep. Miyagi is absolutely terrified of being reported as a total pervert, knowing that even though his intentions were entirely harmless, society would immediately find him guilty without hesitation. He is desperately eager to protect his reputation, willing to do whatever it takes to avoid ever feeling like a mocked laughingstock again. Just as he is trying to slip away quietly, a voice suddenly yells out from behind commanding him to stop and wait up, leaving him completely startled. The voice sounds incredibly familiar, causing him to freeze in his tracks as he desperately tries to figure out where he has heard it before. It turns out the park girl ran after him to return the precious VTuber rubber strap he had accidentally dropped, cheerfully holding it out to him. Miyagi instantly panics at the shocking realization of her identity, leaving the poor girl totally confused as she wonders if she actually got the wrong guy. Absolutely mortified that she of all people picked up his nerdy merchandise, he stammers an apology, grabs his strap, and bolts up his apartment stairs, terrified that she might have noticed him staring earlier. His panic quickly turns into pure dread when he finally reaches his front door and realizes he cannot find his house keys anywhere. Locked out and out of options, he fishes around his pockets, figuring his only choice left is to call the apartment property management company for help. His terrible luck officially peaks when he pulls out his phone, only to discover the battery is completely dead, leaving him totally stranded. Just as Miyagi is wallowing in self-pity on his apartment stairs, the young park girl spots his pathetic state and calls out to ask if he has managed to get himself into some kind of trouble. She patiently waits for him to answer, keeping her gaze fixed on him to see if he actually needs assistance. Miyagi remains completely frozen in pure embarrassment, absolutely mortified to be caught in such a helpless situation by a stranger. Swallowing his pride, he accepts her help and uses her phone to contact the property management company, confirming that he will wait nearby until their representative can arrive to unlock his door. He politely hands the device back and showers her with grateful thanks, though she casually brushes it off as no trouble at all. Miyagi immediately tries to make an awkward getaway to leave her alone, but she quickly calls him out, noting that he has plenty of free time before help arrives and insisting that he stay to keep her company. She playfully demands his companionship as payment for the phone favor, prompting Miyagi to sit back down and ask if she ran away from home, which she freely admits was due to a massive fight with her parents, leaving him thoroughly relieved that she never realized he had been watching her earlier. She opens up about her runaway adventure, explaining how she originally tried to kill time at internet cafes and karaoke boxes, but found those places far too loud and overwhelming once darkness fell. Abruptly steering the conversation away from her own family drama, she catches him completely off guard by turning to him and asking if he likes VTubers. Before he can even formulate a response, he is left completely shell-shocked, as she specifically identifies his dropped rubber strap as part of a highly anticipated merchandise lottery that was just released earlier that day. She cheekily teases Miyagi that he looks exactly like a massive anime nerd, which he awkwardly tries to deny before admitting he doesn't actually watch much anime or know much about VTubers aside from the girl on his strap. She helpfully points out that the cute character on his rubber strap is named Nina. Hearing her name, Miyagi silently notes to himself that Nina is definitely a very special case to him. Feeling strangely comfortable around her, he begins to open up about his painful past, admitting that he used to date someone. He explains how much he respected his ex as a senior coworker, which inspired him to bust his butt at the office just so he could be a worthy partner for her. Unfortunately, his dedication was rewarded with ultimate betrayal when she cheated on him with a corporate higher-up, ending their relationship and making his return to work the next day a living hell. To make matters worse, the office gossip mill twisted the truth, completely accusing Miyagi of being the unfaithful scumbag who cheated on her. And since absolutely nobody believed his side of the story, he was subjected to endless harassment and pressure to quit. He sighs, explaining how her dumping him and the subsequent fallout completely ruined his career, mental health, and pretty much everything else in his life. Realizing he just trauma dumped on a runaway teenager, Miyagi quickly panics and apologizes for bringing up such a depressing topic, but she cheerfully tells him it is completely fine. As she eagerly prompts him to continue, Miyagi is left wondering why on earth sitting on a park bench and talking with this random girl somehow feels so incredibly peaceful and relaxing. He recalls the exact moment he first stumbled onto Nina's stream during his deepest depression. Watching her pour her heart out and cheerfully keep going despite all the cruel, slanderous comments online gave him a sudden spark of courage, which was the only reason he finally managed to start working part-time again. He confesses that while he might have felt a similar spark of inspiration from literally any other streamer, if the timing had been different. The fact that Nina was the specific person who reached him at his absolute lowest point changed everything. Because she was the one who pulled him out of that dark place, she will always be incredibly special to him. He admits that despite his progress, he is still basically a gloomy shut-in who remains terrified of getting too close to other people or interacting with society. Even so, he quietly hopes that one day he might actually become capable of standing in front of others and showing them a bright, cheerful smile just like Nina does during her broadcasts. The girl looks incredibly moved as she mentions that she is currently working a part-time job at a convenience store too, adding that if she can find that same kind of strength, she might finally be able to return to her previous line of work and give it her absolute all again. Miyagi cuts in, suddenly directing his full attention toward her to deliver a crucial piece of encouragement. He confidently reassures her that she can absolutely do it, catching her completely off guard with his sudden burst of intense positive energy. Miyagi gently smiles and agrees that he really hopes she can make it happen, but she quickly shrinks back, self-deprecatingly apologizing for being gross and admitting she always thought streaming was just a silly hobby people did for fun. She silently contemplates her own words, realizing that if a stream could truly save someone's life like that, then it is definitely not just playing around. Miyagi is caught off guard when the girl suddenly jumps to the defense of online creators, arguing that there are plenty of streamers out there who treat broadcasting as a genuine, respectable, full-time career. She explains that these creators constantly brainstorm ways to keep their viewers entertained, even going so far as to carefully craft distinct personas so they do not overlap with anyone else, all because they are deeply passionate and take their work incredibly seriously. Growing incredibly serious, she firmly tells him that he has absolutely no right to dismiss their hard work as if they are just playing around. Miyagi is left completely stunned by her sudden burst of intensity, but the tense atmosphere is instantly broken when a voice calls out his name from a distance. It turns out the representative from the property management company has finally arrived at the apartment building, prompting Miyagi to quickly shout back that he is on his way. Grateful for the timely escape, Miyagi quickly apologizes for the abrupt departure and bows, deeply thanking the girl profusely for all her help before rushing off to meet the locksmith. The property manager gets right to work to help him finally gain access to his locked apartment. As the representative hands over the duplicate key and warns him to be more careful in the future, Miyagi quietly accepts it while silently wondering why the park girl got so surprisingly defensive and angry during their conversation. Without wasting another second, he slides the new key into the lock to finally open his front door. Stepping back into his messy room surrounded by all of his favorite VTuber merchandise, Miyagi sighs and quietly admits to himself that he is simply terrible at talking to real girls. She watches him with quiet, curious eyes, her intense gaze fixed entirely on him as they the same space. Completely exhausted from the day's events, he lets his fatigue take over and admits he is absolutely beat. He realizes that if he were simply interacting with Nina, he wouldn't be feeling so incredibly drained and complicated right now. He fondly remembers the simple days of being a fan when Nina would occasionally reply to his comments on her streams, and her virtual encouragement was enough to make him feel proud of himself. He recalls how real-life rejection was a completely different beast, remembering the brutal breakup texts that once shattered his heart and left him feeling completely let down. As the night deepens, he drifts off next to her in the quiet room, a strange sense of comfort easing his troubled mind. The next morning, his stomach growls fiercely as he grumbles about waking up sore from sleeping in a bizarre position. While walking down the street later, his thoughts drift back to the runaway teenager, making him wonder whatever happened to that girl. Recognizing how late it has already gotten, he assumes she has probably returned home and won't be loitering in the park anymore. But as he approaches the park, he is left completely shocked to see her sitting right there on the bench. Miyagi finds himself completely torn over what to do, wondering if he should approach her to say thanks, or if it would be much better to just keep his distance since she seemed pretty annoyed by the end of their last conversation. Just as he is trying to make up his mind, he realizes she is not actually alone, instantly throwing him into a loop as he spots another guy hanging around her. Observing the tense atmosphere, Miyagi figures they must be having some sort of argument or disagreement, which makes him immediately decide to stay out of trouble and pretend he did not see anything at all. Before he can sneak away, she suddenly spots him and calls out that he is finally here, leaving him absolutely stunned and utterly confused. She loudly complains that he is incredibly late, leaving Miyagi in an absolute panic, as he frantically wonders if she is actually directing those words at him to bail her out. The persistent guy refuses to believe Miyagi is her actual boyfriend, pressuring her to come over to his place, since she has nowhere else to go, while she angrily demands he get his hands off her and insists she will take care of herself. As she keeps rejecting the guy's demands, Miyagi realizes their heated distraction gives him the perfect opportunity to quietly slip away. Despite finding an easy escape route, he freezes in his tracks, wondering if it is really okay to just abandon her in such an uncomfortable situation. He deeply regrets his own cowardice, realizing that walking away right now would just be another pathetic attempt to run away from things he dislikes, just like he always does. Remembering how she patiently listened and replied to a guy like him, he recalls his dream to become someone who can smile cheerfully in front of others, just like Nina, pushing him to finally do the right thing. The girl passionately cheers him on, insisting that he can absolutely handle the situation and urging him to step up. Feeling the pressure of her high expectations, Miyagi hesitates as nervousness and self-doubt start to wash over him. A sudden firm grip on his sleeve sweeps away his fear, instantly giving him the resolve he needs to act. Armed with newfound courage, Miyagi steps into the confrontation to stand up to the persistent harasser who has been bothering her. He firmly tells the stranger that the girl clearly detests his unwanted advances and demands that he back off. The guy is completely taken aback by the sudden interruption, aggressively arguing that nothing of the sort is happening and questioning why Miyagi is even getting involved. When the annoyed harasser snaps back and tries to intimidate him, Miyagi suddenly acts confused and hilariously tries to claim that he wasn't the one who said anything. He completely flips the script by breaking into a massive, unhinged grin, announcing that his absolute favorite hobby in the world is being beaten to a pulp by tough-looking dudes. Totally committing to his bizarre act, Miyagi begs the guy to pummel him as much as possible while desperately pleading with the girl to stay back, so she won't ruin his dream beating. Utterly horrified and creeped out by this overwhelming display of pure masochistic madness, the harasser panics and bolts, leaving Miyagi safely on the ground to celebrate his weird victory. Miyagi beats himself up over how incredibly lame he acted during the confrontation, though he takes some solace in the fact that he actually succeeded in driving the sketchy guy away. She looks at him with genuine concern, immediately asking if he is doing all right after the tense encounter. She explains that the stranger randomly targeted her and apologizes for dragging him into her mess, but Miyagi insists he is the one who should be sorry instead of her. She wonders what he could possibly be apologizing for, prompting Miyagi to admit he was worried he made her uncomfortable earlier. She rejects that idea, completely insisting on making things up to him as a proper apology. She brightly suggests that she should just stay over at his apartment, instead using the excuse that she is far too terrified of the creepy guy returning. Miyagi is completely shocked and speechless by her sudden proposition, but she quickly laughs it off and backs down, teasing him about his hilarious reaction. As Miyagi wonders if she was just pulling his leg, she sincerely admits how terrifying the dark park was and expresses how incredibly grateful she is that he happened to be nearby when she was in trouble. She explains that she was truly happy to see him because she had started to despair that absolutely nobody would ever find her out there in the dark. With a brilliant smile under the moonlight, she gives him her heartfelt thanks for finding her when she was lost. Miyagi is left completely stunned and speechless by her genuine warmth, realizing the profound impact of her words as they stand together under the quiet night sky. Miyagi looks back on this moment with utter disbelief, realizing how blind he was for not connecting the dots sooner when the truth was staring him right in the face. He never could have imagined that his favorite digital idol would actually cross paths with him in the real world. As the shocking truth finally begins to dawn on him, he is left completely speechless, struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. Even though he previously believed that he would inevitably fall in love with his beloved virtual streamer, finding her right here in his local neighborhood feels completely unreal, prompting him to nervously ask if she really is Amasaki Nina. Continuing their strange encounter in the dark park, Miyagi is left reeling in complete disbelief, as he struggles to make sense of the monumental revelation. He cannot help but connect her to the cheerful online avatar who saved him from his darkest days, leading him to nervously speak her streamer name out loud to her face. Miyagi instantly regrets letting those wild words slip out of his mouth, internally screaming at himself for acting so bizarre, while the girl acts completely blindsided and questions why he would even think she is a VTuber. While Miyagi tries to convince himself that meeting his favorite online idol in a random park is statistically impossible, he nervously points out that her distinct voice, her speech patterns, and her overall vibe are a perfect match, catching her completely off guard. The girl ponders her slip-up, silently noting that her secret was discovered way too easily, and she must be more careful in the future, leaving Miyagi absolutely stunned to realize his wild accusation was entirely correct. Miyagi is utterly baffled by how easily the girl admits to being Amasaki Nina. He asks why she is not even trying to deny it, wondering if she should be way more concerned about her private info getting leaked online, while she apologizes for shattering his idealized image of her. She confesses that she has no confidence in her ability to pull off a convincing lie and would rather be honest than try to deceive him. In return, she begs him to keep her secret safe. Miyagi immediately reassures her that he would never dream of exposing her secret to anyone, making her sigh with relief. Smiling warmly, she suggests that they make a formal promise to keep today's encounter a secret between the two of them. As she initiates a pinky promise, Miyagi feels his face flush as he realizes her playful behavior is exactly like the Amasaki Nina persona he adores online. She says she can head out with a peaceful mind now, but when Miyagi realizes she has run away from home with absolutely nowhere to go, he asks if she has a plan, which she casually shrugs off by saying she will somehow survive. Before leaving, she brightly invites him to tune into her next stream, leaving Miyagi completely starstruck and deeply affected. Miyagi watches her walk away into the dark night, still trying to wrap his head around the mind-blowing reality that he actually just met his absolute favorite streamer in real life. Overwhelmed by concern for her safety, Miyagi suddenly calls out to stop her before she gets too far. Knowing it is far too dangerous for her to be wandering the streets late at night, he nervously offers her a place to crash, emphasizing that the invitation is strictly for tonight only. Miyagi works up the courage to offer her a place to stay, asking if she would be okay with it. She gets settled inside his apartment, only to find herself right next to his massive Nina body pillow. Staring at her own VTuber persona's face, she gets undeniable first-hand proof of his dedication as a fan. She looks at the merchandise up close, processing the hilarious reality of being face-to-face with her virtual self. She quietly processes his dedication, realizing that his love for her virtual persona is absolutely genuine. Miyagi passes her a slip of paper with his real name and contact information to show she can trust him. Miyagi tells her to contact him if anything comes up, and explains that she is free to use his things and leave whenever she wants, prompting her to ask if he is heading out somewhere. He explains that he is going to spend the night at an internet cafe so she can relax, brushing off her protests about it being his own house, before promising to return the next morning. Left alone, she looks over the note he left behind, trying to figure out the correct pronunciation of his written name. As she successfully pieces his name together, she realizes he is actually Ao-san, her very first Super Chat supporter, and thinks about what a remarkably good person he is. Sitting alone at his computer, Miyagi begins to heavily second-guess his bold move of offering his place up, desperately trying to comfort himself with the technicality that they aren't actually staying there at the exact same time. Panic fully sets in as he realizes just how incredibly sketchy it looks to only offer a place to stay after finding out her internet identity, quickly justifying his actions by claiming he was just trying to protect a vulnerable girl from neighborhood creeps. He tries to convince himself that letting her crash was his only real option in such a dire emergency, though he deeply regrets ever pushing to confirm if she was actually the famous VTuber in the first place. Despite never actually wanting to cross the line and meet the real person behind the digital avatar, he firmly decides that her online persona will always remain incredibly special to him. Making up his mind to completely wipe the slate clean, he resolves to just pretend they never crossed paths the second she heads out the next morning. With his mental gymnastics finally settled, he makes his way back home to his apartment complex. Checking his phone to see it is already past 11, he figures his temporary house guest has definitely already packed up and left. Assuming she is completely gone by now, he tries the door handle only to find it unexpectedly locked, leaving him completely confused. To his absolute shock, he opens the door only to be greeted by the runaway girl cheerfully welcoming him home while casually preparing a late-night meal. A thoroughly baffled Miyagi immediately demands to know why she is still hanging around when their deal was strictly for one night. But she easily brushes off his panic by explaining she simply could not bring herself to ditch him without repaying his hospitality first. Aaba points out that staying any longer would be highly problematic, but she quickly cuts him off, stating that even if she leaves, she has absolutely nowhere else to go anyway, before immediately changing the subject. Aaba is completely caught off guard by her sudden change in attitude, nervously asking what she is trying to say. With a bright and cheerful smile, she completely bypasses his concerns and enthusiastically suggests that they eat dinner together instead. A plate of freshly prepared fried rice sits before them, serving as their makeshift dinner for the evening. Aaba is totally baffled by the odd dish, which she proudly explains is a unique creation made by frying cup noodles and rice together. When she casually asks if he even owns a dining table, he can only awkwardly apologize for serving her a meal on his bare floor. Taking his first bite, Aaba is pleasantly surprised to find that the strange noodle and rice combination actually tastes incredibly delicious, and hearing his honest praise makes her absolutely beam with joy. While eating, Aaba is suddenly struck by the realization of how long it has been since he last ate a meal with anyone, and the quiet warmth of eating with someone else makes him feel genuinely happy. Just as Aaba gets lost in his thoughts about how long it has been since someone welcomed him home, she completely derails his peace by asking if she can stay at his place for a while, addressing him as Ao-san. The shocking proposal causes him to violently choke on his food in absolute panic. Aaba immediately demands to know why she called him that specific name, fearing his online streamer donation handle has been completely exposed. But he breathes a massive sigh of relief when she explains she simply shortened Aaba-san to Ao-san. While hanging out, the girl notices a laptop nearby and asks whom it belongs to, prompting Miyagi to explain that it is his. She mentions that during her free time at night, she was attempting to edit some video clips from a Nina live stream, though she casually admits that she is actually quite terrible with computers. She goes on to explain that she completely messed up the editing process and could not even restore her progress, leading her to consider putting her next video project on hold. Hearing this catastrophic digital mishap regarding his favorite VTuber's content, Miyagi lets out a massive yell of pure shock. Unable to stand by and watch her give up, Miyagi desperately begs her to let him take a look at the laptop, and she readily agrees to hand it over. She nervously asks him if she managed to completely corrupt or destroy the file data. As she watches him prepare to inspect the damage, she quietly stares at him in absolute suspense, hoping against hope that her hard work is not lost forever. Entering full professional programmer mode, Miyagi locks in and focuses entirely on the task at hand, carefully analyzing the corrupted file structure. Miyagi politely asks if it is all right for him to dig a bit deeper into her files to fix the issue, and she quickly gives him the green light to do whatever is necessary. Within moments, his elite programming skills pay off as he successfully restores the entire original stream file, leaving her absolutely blown away and showering him with amazed compliments. Encouraged by his incredible tech skills, she points out exactly where she wants her custom thumbnail inserted, which Miyagi handles instantly as he displays the finished layout on the screen to see if she likes the result. Miyagi keeps typing away, casually showing her how he can easily clean up her awful audio synchronization issues as well. He advises her that while he can easily fix it this time, she really needs to use a proper computer setup for these kinds of heavy editing tasks in the future. Watching him seamlessly handle complex technical problems that normally take hours to solve, she looks at him with growing wonder, starting to suspect that this seemingly ordinary guy might actually be an incredibly talented professional. He sits in front of his laptop, quietly contemplating if she actually sees him as some kind of amazing professional. She asks him if he used to work in a related field as his online persona, Ao-san. He explains that while editing is not his specialty, he did plenty of programming at his previous job, prompting her to ask if he knows a lot about tech stuff, to which he modestly replies that he knows more than the average person. Suddenly, a realization hits her, and she urgently tells him to wait a second. She suddenly thrusts a handful of cash toward him, demanding that he take it right then and there. She explains that this is his video editing fee, promising she will absolutely pay him, because she wants to officially hire him to help manage her online presence under his fan handle Aosan. Stunned by the sudden job offer, he wonders why she does not simply ask her agency or office to handle the editing, but she frantically explains that her situation is far too complicated and difficult right now. She points out that hiring a random stranger would be incredibly risky, whereas he already knows her secret real-life identity, making him the only safe option she has. Looking down with a heavy heart, she prepares to make a sincere, desperate request. She pleads with him to help her with her virtual streams, as Nina leaving him completely speechless as he tries to process her desperate cry for help. As he stammers in confusion, she quickly reassures him that she will properly compensate him for his time, before adding that she has one more major request she wants to ask of him. She pleads with Miyagi to let her stay at his place for just a little while, holding out some cash to show she is serious about the request. She desperately begs for his help, promising to pay her of the rent and utilities, because she is in a massive bind, explaining that she will not even be able to resume her broadcasts if things stay like this. Miyagi agrees to address her requests one by one, making her face light up with hope, as he tells her that while he is perfectly happy to help out with her streams, there is still one condition. He looks down at the cash in his hands and firmly tells her that he simply cannot accept her money. He asks her if this money represents the direct earnings and donations she worked so hard to get from her streaming broadcasts. Speaking from his perspective as a devoted fan who regularly donates to her channel, he explains that it would feel completely wrong for someone who is not even part of her official management team to take that money. He hands the bills back, reiterating that, as her loyal fan, he is absolutely returning the money to her. She utterly shocks him by casually pointing out that the money does not actually come from fan donations. She explains that the cash is actually the official salary paid to her by her agency, which is entirely separate from fan-donated funds, adding that she is not just handing over free money to him. She firmly states that she is simply a professional streamer requesting a job and offering proper business compensation in return, and nothing more. Miyagi explains that he views this arrangement as a necessary payment for the sake of her stream, adding that he really has no one else to turn to if she refuses. She brightly accepts his logic, agreeing that his reasoning makes perfect sense, prompting him to finally bring up the absolute most complicated issue of all, which is her actually staying over at his place. Her cheerful demeanor instantly shatters into pure panic, as she loudly declares that staying over is completely impossible and absolutely out of the question. Flipping out completely, she demands to know why he denied her a place to crash the night, before aggressively insisting that them living together was obviously never going to work out. He quickly tries to defuse the chaotic situation, clarifying that the living arrangement would strictly be temporary rather than a permanent roommate commitment. Throwing all dignity completely out the window, she desperately forces him to the floor and begs him to reconsider with a shameless plea. Pulling out her ultimate weapon, she uses her most pathetic puppy-dog expression to convince him that he would fundamentally just be helping out his favorite internet star. The sheer power of her plea hits him like a truck, leaving him completely flustered as he processes the crazy idea of actually being the one to support the idol who previously saved his life. He silently reflects on the insane irony of their situation, wondering if a broken guy like him really has the ability to return the massive favor and become the savior for the very girl who pulled him out of his darkest depression. Completely overwhelmed by her relentless persistence and his own undeniable fan loyalty, he totally surrenders and finally gives her permission to crash at his apartment. When she asks him if he is really that skilled with video editing, Miyagi can't help but sheepishly confirm it. Her face instantly lights up with absolute joy, but Miyagi quickly cuts in to establish that his help comes with a very specific condition. Miyagi brings up her situation as a runaway, reminding her of the fight with her parents and offering to help work things out. He proposes listening to her whole story so they can figure out a solution together. He reassures her that she does not have to spill all the painful details of her family drama to him right this second. However, Miyagi lays down a firm boundary, warning her that if she has absolutely no desire to ever fix things with her family, he will have to ask her to leave. Knowing he is right, she quietly accepts his terms. Grateful for his guidance, she admits she was really struggling and agrees that returning to school is probably for the best. Miyagi supports her choice, but his mind quickly stalls when she suddenly mentions she needs to deal with her wrinkled school uniform. As she casually talks about just throwing her uniform into the washing machine to clean it, deeply confused, Miyagi freezes up and demands to know what on earth she means by a uniform. To clarify his confusion, she casually pulls out and presents her school uniform skirt. She nonchalantly explains that it is just a completely normal high school uniform, leaving a horrified Miyagi utterly speechless. Terrified, Miyagi asks if she is actually a high school student, and when she casually confirms it, he immediately retracts everything he said and demands she leave, frantically screaming that letting a high schooler stay at his place is completely out of the question. Miyagi tries to protest the situation, but she quickly points out that since she already spent the previous night at his apartment, it is already far too late to worry about the consequences. When he desperately tries to deny that she stayed over, she smugly corners him by asking what he thinks the police would say when they find out a high school student was staying at his place. She playfully muses about being taken into protective custody and being interrogated, leaving him completely trapped and unable to argue against her logic. With a triumphant grin, she makes her final play, declaring that this is exactly why he has no choice but to let her stay with him. Miyagi freezes in sheer terror as she completely shatters his composure by calling him by his secret online handle Ao-san. She smiles teasingly, asking her favorite viewer once more if he is really going to let her stay at his place. Realizing he has absolutely zero leverage in the matter, Miyagi quietly surrenders to his new reality, only for her to suddenly bring up another thought that just popped into her head. She asks him why his hair is so long and if it gets in his eyes, and when he explains that going to get a haircut is just too much of a hassle, she immediately offers to cut it for him. Miyagi is understandably skeptical of her styling skills, and his panic only worsens when she cheerfully admits she has absolutely zero experience outside of trimming her own bangs. Ignoring all of his obvious hesitation, she happily promises him that she will make him look absolutely great. He frantically tells her to hold on a minute, but she suddenly gasps in realization, leaving him to wonder what that sudden sound was all about. They end up visiting a modern hair salon together, where she takes complete charge of switching up his look. The stylist finishes cutting away his old hair, politely thanking him for his patience and hard work. Staring at his reflection with his brand new haircut, he silently questions his life choices and wonders how he let himself get dragged into this. She cheerfully returns to the styling area to ask if he is all done, immediately gushing about how fantastic his new look turned out. She playfully apologizes for messing with his hair, though she insists that it actually looks incredibly nice on him while showing off her shopping haul. She energetically tells him it is time for them to head out, leaving him utterly bewildered as he tries to figure out where they are supposed to go. She turns back with a radiant smile, happily declaring that they are officially heading out on a date. He lets out a loud, completely flabbergasted cry in the middle of the salon lobby, totally caught off guard by her sudden bombshell. The two of them head out to a large shopping department store in the city so she can pick up some essential supplies for her stay. She enthusiastically explains that since she is going to be staying at his place, she needs to buy a few basic necessities, including a fresh change of clothes. Noticing his distracted silence, she looks back and playfully asks if he is even paying attention to what she is saying. She stops and asks him why on earth he is keeping such a massive physical distance and trailing so far behind her. Miyagi nervously mutters that walking any closer to a young girl like her in public would basically be a crime, prompting her to sigh at the fact that he is still obsessing over his reputation. She argues that his bizarre behavior of trailing behind actually makes him look way more suspicious, whereas walking right beside her would make him look like a handsome companion rather than a creep. He frantically insists that walking together would definitely make him look like a stalker, but she casually brushes his panic aside and teasingly suggests that they could always just hold hands to make it look natural. While Miyagi is busy completely panicking over the mere thought of holding hands, she insists that he stop lagging behind only for their conversation to be abruptly interrupted by a sharp call from behind. An on-duty police officer steps directly in front of them and asks if they have a moment to spare. Faced with the absolute worst-case scenario he has been desperately trying to avoid, Miyagi is instantly consumed by pure terror as he silently concludes that his life is officially over. An officer hands over a lost plush toy to her, explaining that they found it lying on the ground. She happily claims the lost item and thanks the officer, who warmly tells her it was no trouble at all. Once the cop departs, she playfully whispers to Miyagi, teasing him that the situation turned out completely fine despite his endless panicking. Bubbling with infectious energy, she cheerfully urges Miyagi to keep moving and head to their next destination. Watching her happy demeanor, Miyagi silently reflects on how his entire life has been completely swept up in her fast-paced momentum ever since they crossed paths yesterday. They end up spending the afternoon out on the town together, eventually making their way to a local movie theater. Miyagi finds himself doing things he never would have imagined for himself, yet to his surprise, sharing these lively moments with her actually does not feel bad at all. As they wander through the shopping district, discussing if there is anything else they need to buy, a sudden voice calls out to get their attention, catching them completely off guard. Miyagi notices someone selling magazines on the street, which makes him quietly realize that he has not actually spent a casual day out in public like this since the day he quit his corporate job. He remembers how exhausting and utterly boring his daily routine used to be, where stepping outside felt like a massive chore, and his only real escape was tuning into Nina's broadcasts. But today, walking alongside her, he happily admits to himself that his dark, monotonous world has finally started to regain its color. Walking down the street completely overwhelmed by his new look, he covers his face in sheer embarrassment, silently wondering what on earth Nina has done to him. She quickly runs to catch up with him, calling out for him to wait up. When she jokingly calls him her boyfriend to apologize for the delay, he instantly turns red and waves his hands in a frantic panic, desperately trying to convince anyone nearby that he is absolutely not her boyfriend. He offers a sincere apology for causing her so much trouble, but she cheerfully tells him not to worry about it as they keep walking, leaving him reflecting on how much his feelings are starting to shift. He quietly speaks up to thank her, catching her completely off guard as she turns around in utter confusion. He warmly explains that their outing today was actually incredibly fun, admitting that taking a break like this is not bad at all, and that he is genuinely glad she dragged him along. Deeply touched by his honest words, she looks back at him with a warm, gentle smile. Suddenly shifting gears, she asks if it is okay for her to buy a desk for his place, since he does not have one, before pointing out that they also need to look into purchasing a futon. When he protests that he only has a single futon set, she playfully suggests that they could just it, immediately sending him back into a frantic tailspin of embarrassment. Her classmate quietly reflects on her serious demeanor, feeling the heavy weight of the unspoken distance between them. Despite any lingering awkwardness, she lets out a bright, genuine laugh, her cheerful personality instantly lighting up the atmosphere. He watches her go while looking down at his phone, quietly murmuring Shireishi's name as he tries to process his complicated feelings. Meanwhile, Amasaki Nina finally makes her highly anticipated return to the streaming world, enthusiastically greeting her viewers and explaining that a major computer malfunction was the only reason she had been forced offline. She humorously tells her buzzing chat that since her main computer still isn't fully repaired, she is currently broadcasting from a basic laptop, and playfully wonders if the drop in stream quality is going to be incredibly obvious. Sitting alone in the dark, Miyagi is completely captivated as Nina explains that she originally planned to wait until she got a brand new computer, but she simply missed her fans far too much to stay away any longer. The heartfelt confession instantly hits Miyagi right in the feelings, leaving him completely overwhelmed with emotion as he desperately agrees that he missed her too, and proudly declares his absolute undying love for her. Back on the stream, she reads a cheeky viewer comment questioning if heavenly computers can actually break down, prompting her to jokingly explain that she is just a human sent to the heavenly realm, though she reluctantly admits her cheap laptop forces her to end the broadcast early. In reality, she is running the broadcast from her small bedroom using her laptop, and a simple low table proving that her glamorous virtual persona is currently powered by pure cozy grit. She laughs off the chaotic low-budget setup with a cheerful smile as the chat blows up with supportive and teasing comments, accepting that things are a bit messy right now, but completely loving every single second of being back. Nina wraps up her live broadcast, happily promising her viewers that she will keep them updated on all of her upcoming plans. She announces that it is finally time for her to sign off and end the stream. Miyagi returns home from his shift only to be warmly welcomed back by her as she has just finished up her broadcast on his laptop. She apologizes for making him leave his own apartment while she was broadcasting, admitting that it is actually quite difficult to stream smoothly on his laptop. Miyagi nervously explains that his exile was completely necessary because he would never forgive himself if his voice accidentally leaked online and ruined her career, though she simply laughs at how hilariously serious he is being. She asks if he is comfortable with her upcoming stream schedule, explaining that she lied to her manager about her computer malfunctioning to justify a reduced schedule, since she obviously cannot admit to running away from home. She casually mentions that a viewer named Ao-san had tuned in and participated in her chat during her broadcast earlier that day. She turns to Miyagi with a knowing grin, directly asking him if he was the Ao-san who watched her stream. Blushing in pure embarrassment, Miyagi quietly confesses that Ao-san is indeed his online handle and that he had sent her a donation just like he always does. Miyagi desperately tries to laugh off the situation, suggesting that it is highly likely there is just another viewer on her stream who happens to the exact same screen name. She firmly rejects his excuse, insisting that the viewer's name is undeniably Ao-san, and noting that this dedicated fan has been actively commenting and supporting her ever since her very first debut broadcast. She points out that during her stream earlier, the donor sent a message saying how glad he was to see her broadcast, and she asks Miyagi if those phrasing styles sound exactly like the things he says in real life. She goes on to quote other dramatic comments like not feeling alive without her streams or claiming his laptop crashed simply because it could not handle her cuteness, leaving Miyagi in an absolute sweat-soaked panic. Cornered by the undeniable evidence, Miyagi breaks down in sheer embarrassment, admitting that he is indeed the culprit and begging her to forgive him for everything. Completely baffled, she looks up at him and asks why on earth he is apologizing in the first place. Instead of being upset, she is absolutely thrilled by the revelation, laughing that it is completely wild to discover he was her very first supporter, Ao-san, all along, and asking if this crazy coincidence is not the work of pure fate. Miyagi can only stare at her in complete disbelief, his mind entirely blank as he quietly repeats the word fate back to himself. She excitedly rants about how incredibly rare it is to randomly run into one of her viewers in real life, declaring that the level of destiny behind their meeting is so absurd it almost makes her mad. Her expression softens as she reminds him of their very first meeting, pointing out how quickly and effortlessly she admitted her secret identity to him back in the park. She quietly confesses that she has been reflecting on her behavior and worrying about how her fans would feel, admitting she has been wondering if she should have lied to protect her idol image instead. Hearing her vulnerability, Miyagi looks down and apologizes, feeling bad for putting her in such an awkward position. He gently reassures her that she only confessed because he pressured her with questions in the first place, telling her she has absolutely no reason to apologize to him. He admits that, while he was initially shocked and probably shouldn't have pried, knowing the real person behind the screen doesn't change anything, because Nina is still Nina to him. Sitting across from her, he reiterates that nothing can change the fact that her virtual persona remains incredibly special to his heart. He looks at her with absolute sincerity, his gentle expression showing just how much his support for her comes from a place of pure gratitude. She is left completely speechless by his raw honesty, quietly murmuring his fan name as she stares back at him with wide, emotional eyes. The sentimental atmosphere is instantly shattered when she suddenly bursts into a massive grin and cheekily accuses him of being totally in love with her. He frantically waves his hands in a panic to clear up the misunderstanding, stammering that his affection is strictly for the virtual Nina, and that he has absolutely no real-world romantic expectations. Blushing intensely, he yells out that the mere thought of actually wanting to be with a popular streamer like her in real life is completely absurd. Amused by his defensive reaction, she takes a moment to ponder before playfully telling him that she wants to ask him a hypothetical question. She drops a total bombshell by asking him if he would genuinely hate it if Nina ever got a real-life boyfriend. Miyagi completely freezes up, sweating nervously as he struggles to find an honest answer to her unexpectedly heavy question. She points out that when Miyagi speaks of Nina, he is really referring to the actual person behind the virtual avatar. Miyagi agrees, admitting that as long as the content creator keeps their personal life private, he is completely fine with it. She emphasizes that because it is a private matter, it is incredibly important for the streamer to hide their real identity very well. She expresses that, while she believes creators have a right to privacy, she doubts the general public on the internet would be as understanding as he is. Miyagi gently advises her that, because of how harsh the internet can be, she should definitely keep her real self a secret from her online viewers. He quickly backtracks to clarify that it is just his own personal opinion, while she laughs and says she knew he would say exactly that. She catches him off guard by asking if he actually has someone special like that in his real life, prompting Miyagi to frantically insist that he was only speaking hypothetically. An awkward, solemn silence falls over the room as she quietly apologizes, looking down in deep thought. The quiet moment is suddenly interrupted as a new notification lights up on her phone resting next to the laptop. The incoming messages demand to know when they can meet up and warn her that even if she is skipping school, she needs to at least give them a call. The story shifts to the local high school on a bright afternoon as the school day gets underway. Inside the busy classroom, Shiraishi sits quietly at her desk, instantly feeling that her current situation is incredibly bad. She looks down in distress, realizing with growing anxiety that she doesn't have a single person in this room she can actually talk to. She laments that skipping school right after the class shuffle left her completely isolated, making her deeply wonder why chatting with thousands of strangers on stream is so easy while talking to her own classmates feels utterly impossible. Her painful overthinking is suddenly cut short when a voice calls out her name from behind. She turns to find two of her classmates standing right in front of her desk, politely asking if she has a moment to spare. Surprised that someone is actually trying to start a conversation with her, she nervously asks what is going on, only to be caught completely off guard when they bluntly ask about her relationship with a popular classmate named Yahello. When she casually explains that she and Mei-kun have simply known each other for a very long time, the girls are utterly shocked to hear her use his first name, immediately demanding to know why she gets to address him so familiarly. While the tense interrogation continues at her desk, Yahello himself quietly watches the dramatic scene unfold from the edge of the classroom. Inside a classroom, two girls are busy gossiping when a silver-haired classmate suddenly looms over them and demands to know if they are talking about him, instantly startling them. The classmate Yahello firmly warns them that if they have any business with him, they should address him directly, prompting the nervous girls to stammer that it is nothing before quickly scurrying away. He sighs and turns his attention to the blonde girl, teasing her about still not having any friends, and suggesting that her loneliness is probably her own fault, which she defiantly questions. She jokingly retorts that her lack of friends is actually because he is busy stealing all the girls' hearts, though she quickly plays dumb and claims she does not know what he means. He simply smiles and shrugs off her teasing, noting that it does not really matter. He confidently tells her that she has no need for other friends anyway, because she has always got him by her side. Faced with his sudden heavy sincerity, she can only offer an incredibly awkward and strained reaction to bypass the tension. He decides to change the subject, directly questioning her about what exactly she was up to when she recently skipped school. He complains that he had sent her messages during her sudden disappearance, only to be completely ignored, prompting her to sheepishly apologize for the silence. When she admits she has been too busy to go home, he panics and asks if she is all right, but she reassures him that she is perfectly fine staying with an acquaintance, which immediately leaves him highly suspicious of this mysterious third party. Back at school, a classmate suddenly asks her if she was the one spotted shopping in front of the station last week, causing her to instantly freeze up in a cold sweat before nervously laughing it off and admitting it might have been her. The classmate immediately follows up with a devastating question, asking if she was hanging out with some guy at the time, which sends her inner panic levels straight through the roof. She desperately tries to dodge the bullet by claiming that the classmate is totally mistaken and insisting that she was completely alone. The skeptical classmate refuses to buy her story, flashing a smug look while firmly reiterating that it was definitely her spotted out with a guy. Meanwhile, back at Miyagi's apartment, building things are about to get even more chaotic. Miyagi stands inside his room, deeply lost in thought, as he tries to figure out how to handle the sudden logistical nightmare that has landed right on his doorstep. He looks at the massive pile of heavy delivery boxes completely taking over his small living space, utterly baffled about what he is supposed to do with all of this new gear. She cheerfully explains over the phone that she wanted to order some essential supplies and had them sent straight to his address, casually asking if that was okay, leaving Miyagi to sweat over the fact that he never expected her delivery to be this ridiculously huge. Looking closely at the shipping labels, Miyagi is stunned to see they are all marked as computer equipment, leaving him to wonder what she could possibly need all this advanced hardware for. A sudden realization hits him like a lightning bolt, leaving him absolutely shell-shocked as he wonders if she is setting up a professional broadcasting station right in his apartment for her upcoming streams. He sighs in relief that the endless deliveries have finally stopped for now, though he silently doubts if she can actually run her streams with his apartment looking like a crowded warehouse. Looking at the towering wall of packages, he wonders if she is seriously planning on moving in forever, deciding that it is officially time to sit her down and finally ask the real reason why she ran away from home. A sudden knock at the front door breaks his train of thought, making him wonder if she has already returned from her outing. He quickly unlocks and pulls the door open, expecting to see her usual cheerful self waiting outside. Instead, she stands there with an uncharacteristically serious and tense expression, prompting him to offer a hesitant, awkward welcome home. She quietly announces her return and gravely tells him that they need to have a very serious discussion, which fits perfectly since he was just preparing to talk to her as well. Before they can even begin their talk, a loud, panicked voice suddenly echoes from down the hallway, screaming that whatever they have can wait, because there is no time to lose. The frantic shouting gets closer as the loud voice urgently calls out the name Shiraishi. He is left completely bewildered, repeating the unfamiliar name in his head while trying to make sense of the sudden commotion outside his apartment. She instantly freezes in pure terror, her eyes widening in panic as she realizes exactly who that voice belongs to. Miyagi quietly meets up with Shiraishi in the school hallway, realizing his suspicions about her situation were completely correct. Their quiet meeting is suddenly interrupted by her classmate Yahello, who immediately corners Miyagi and identifies him as the suspicious older guy Shiraishi was hanging out with the other day. Caught completely red-handed in a high school corridor, Miyagi starts sweatily panicking under the kid's intense, hostile glare. Shiraishi stands nervously between them as Yahello aggressively demands a clear explanation for what exactly is going on between the two of them. The school hallway falls into a heavy, suffocating silence as the three of them face off in a thoroughly awkward standstill. Miyagi feels the cold sweat dripping down his neck, internally questioning what this incredibly aggressive teenager's problem actually is. He desperately tries to stammer out a harmless response, completely overwhelmed by the utter absurdity of the dramatic situation he has suddenly been dragged into. Before he can even make an excuse, Yahello gets right in his face and coldly demands to know who on earth he is supposed to be in the first place. The classmate unleashes a terrifyingly dark, menacing aura as he aggressively asks if they are actually living together, leaving Shiraishi absolutely paralyzed by how incredibly scary he is acting. Nina nervously tries to break the awkward silence in the hallway, stumbling over her words as she starts to introduce the mysterious blonde guy to a very confused Miyagi. Before she can even finish her sentence, the blonde guy boldly interrupts and introduces himself as her boyfriend, completely blindsiding Nina as she stammers a frantic protest. The massive romantic bombshell hits Miyagi like a truck, leaving him completely frozen and utterly speechless in the doorway. Trying to logically process the sudden revelation, Miyagi internally reminds himself that her dating life is strictly a private matter, though a part of him admits he always knew a relationship was a possibility since she is a famous internet star. As Miyagi mentally spirals into a chaotic mess of confusing emotions, Nina aggressively screams out that the boyfriend claim is an absolute lie. She furiously scolds Mei-kun for spouting such ridiculous nonsense, immediately panicking when she realizes Miyagi has completely short-circuited from the sudden shock. Nina frantically apologizes to a deeply bewildered Miyagi, quickly clarifying that the guy is just her childhood friend, who completely fabricated the boyfriend rumor without her permission. Desperate to clear her name and salvage the situation, she aggressively reminds Miyagi that she was telling the absolute truth the other day when she confirmed she was totally single. Completely unfazed by her desperate panic, the childhood friend casually steps forward and flatly introduces himself as Tsukasa. Tsukasa immediately goes on the offensive, bluntly asking if Miyagi secretly housing a runaway teenager is a literal crime, instantly sending the poor guy into a terrified sweat. Miyagi finds himself completely cornered when a boy confronts him, directly pointing out that harboring an underage minor in his home is a serious, punishable crime. Refusing to accept any excuses, the boy coldly decides to pull out his phone and call the police on Miyagi right then and there. The sudden threat of legal trouble instantly acts as a total death warrant for Miyagi, leaving him completely paralyzed in pure dread. Before things can escalate any further, she suddenly intervenes, calling out to Mei-kun to wait up and insisting that they step aside to talk privately. She apologizes to Miyagi for the chaotic interruption, promising that they will continue their conversation later, as she drags the boy away. The scene quickly shifts to the local park under the bright daytime sky as they find a quiet spot to sort out the mess. They make their way back to Hanaba Park to finally have a serious conversation away from Miyagi's apartment. She stands before her classmate, directly asking him to let her stay at his place instead of forcing her to return home. She pleads with him to understand her situation, desperately begging him not to place any of the blame on Miyagi for looking after her. The boy firmly rejects her idea as completely impossible, arguing that she should have come to him for help first and offering his own house as a place for her to stay instead. When the option of staying at Mei-kun's place is brought up, she immediately dismisses the idea, explaining that she would only end up causing unnecessary trouble for his mother. When he anxiously worries about what might happen if the older guy tries to take advantage of her, she passionately defends her host, insisting that Ao-san is absolutely not that kind of person. She argues that she has not experienced a single problem with him so far, but Mei-kun warns her that the guy is likely just biding his time and waiting for the perfect opportunity to catch her off guard. She points out that Ao-san never even asked for her real name, leaving Mei-kun completely stunned, as she explains that she only ever provided him with her basic contact information. She explains that Ao-san actively maintains a respectful distance, because he is clearly trying to avoid getting too involved, adding that she intends to leave his apartment eventually anyway. Because of his distant and hands-off behavior, she confidently assures him that staying with Ao-san is completely safe and fine. Yahetome is left in a tense, frustrated silence, utterly powerless to break through her stubborn trust in the older stranger. Admitting defeat, he crossly announces that he is heading home, though he firmly demands that she contact him immediately if anything goes wrong. With their argument over, he turns his back on her and begins his solitary walk away from the area. As he makes his way home, he remains deeply troubled by her attitude, bitterly questioning why she is so incredibly quick to assume that her living situation is perfectly safe. As Tsukasa walks away, he silently scoffs to himself, completely dismissing the idea that a guy like Miyagi could actually be any real threat. Arriving back at the apartment complex, Nina frantically apologizes to Miyagi for the absolute chaos earlier, assuring him that she completely cleared things up with Mei-kun. She finds Miyagi huddled on the floor in an absolute state of despair, prompting her to urgently ask if he is holding up all right after the incredibly stressful encounter. Miyagi admits he was just contemplating turning himself in to the police before the childhood friend could report him, forcing an exasperated Nina to loudly remind him that absolutely nobody is calling the cops on him. Standing in a room totally cluttered with delivery boxes, Miyagi nervously asks what happened to the guy from earlier, and she casually confirms that Mei-kun already headed back home. She playfully laughs off the whole dramatic situation, explaining that Mei-kun is just desperately looking for a girlfriend, and betting that his sudden boyfriend declaration caught Miyagi completely off guard. Getting surprisingly candid, she reveals that the persistent guy has actually asked her out at least 5 times, admitting that she even briefly considered accepting his feelings just to finally put an end to it. Her expression instantly brightens as she stares fondly at the streaming setup, passionately declaring that she ultimately rejected him because broadcasting is the thing she loves doing the absolute most in the world. She quickly swears Miyagi to strict secrecy regarding her internet career, revealing that, while Mei-kun did offer her a place to crash, she absolutely cannot risk him finding out about her VTuber identity. She casually explains that staying at his place simply would never have worked out anyway, pointing out the incredibly awkward reality that he still lives with his mother. Shiraishi explains that she did not want to drag her classmate or anyone else into her family drama, admitting that she was in such a bad place that she could not even bring herself to stream. She sheepishly apologizes, admitting that she is still technically bothering him by staying over at his place instead, which he points out is exactly the main issue. Miyagi stands firm, repeating that having a high schooler crash at his apartment is still a terrible idea. However, he clarifies that just because it is a bad idea does not mean he is kicking her out, acknowledging that her inability to return home right now is the real problem they need to solve. Miyagi asks her if she can at least tell him the truth about her situation. He gently asks her to explain the exact reason why she ran away from home in the first place. She quietly asks if he really wants to know her reason for running away, and Miyagi replies that all he currently knows is that she had a major fight with her parents. Before she can answer, Miyagi completely changes the subject, asking if she is hungry and has eaten anything yet, to which she replies that she has not. Seeing him deflect so obviously, she calls him out for trying to change the subject when she was actually trying to be completely serious. She starts humming happily, totally avoiding his bewildered reaction to the mountain of computer boxes taking over his living room. Miyagi sighs and suggests that it is always better to discuss these major life decisions over a nice meal, prompting her to immediately perk up with a bright idea. Completely ignoring his serious tone, she excitedly announces that it is time for them to go grab some food right away. The two of them head out into the busy city, winding up directly in front of a colorful local karaoke joint. They settle into a private booth complete with a massive video monitor and a table full of ordered appetizers. Miyagi looks absolutely defeated, questioning why on earth she decided to drag him to a loud karaoke bar just to have a serious dinner. She nonchalantly points out that noisy family restaurants are far too uncomfortable and crowded, whereas a private karaoke booth offers the perfect personal space where they can eat and chat in peace. Miyagi can only grumble to himself that staying home and eating in his own apartment would have been a million times simpler. She excitedly adds that they also get to sing as much as they want, which makes it the absolute best choice. Hearing this, a bewildered Miyagi asks if she actually plans on singing right now. She casually brushes off his hesitation, pointing out that since they went through all the trouble of coming here, they might as well make the absolute most of it. When she cheekily asks if he really does not want to hear his absolute favorite digital idol sing for him live in person, Miyagi drops his hesitant act entirely and delivers a completely deadpan, super serious confession that he desperately wants to hear her voice. Miyagi immediately gets flustered, complaining that they were definitely not supposed to be bringing up this awkward topic again. Trying to get back on track, Miyagi insists that he is trying to have a serious discussion, admitting that, while talking about her problems might not make a massive difference right away. He looks at her with complete sincerity, firmly declaring that if there is absolutely anything he can do to help her, he truly wants to do it. He gently begs her to talk to him, but she hesitates, explaining that it is not a matter of keeping secrets, but rather that there is a proper logical order to sharing these kinds of personal details, which leaves him utterly confused. She catches him completely off guard by turning the tables and asking him if he is ever going to ask for her real name. He frantically waves his hands in a panic, insisting that he would never pry into her private life, like that which only makes her tease him about how he is still fully planning to interrogate her about running away from home anyway. Laughing happily, she playfully demands that he ask for her name because she trusts him completely not to spread any rumors, leaving him totally shocked when she suddenly announces she is going to tell him regardless. She smiles brightly and drops a massive bombshell revealing that the name Nina she uses online is actually her real-life name, Shiraishi Nina. Miyagi is completely stunned to learn that her virtual handle is identical to her actual name, though she proudly clarifies that her real name is spelled using distinct kanji characters. She explains that, when she was originally choosing her streamer persona, she deliberately wanted a name that would easily cover up her identity. If someone accidentally blurted out her real name on broadcast, prompting Miyagi to let out an amused chuckle at her surprisingly clever strategy. She gets instantly defensive and demands to know why on earth he is suddenly laughing, prompting him to simply reply that he has a very good reason. He gently explains that since she made such an incredibly dramatic big deal about her secret identity, he had honestly expected her real life to be completely and totally different from this normal reality. She is momentarily completely captivated by his sincerity, her eyes widening as she processes his gentle words. Sitting across from him at the table, she catches him off guard by softly admitting that she actually really likes seeing him smile. He is completely taken aback by her sudden forwardness, letting out a flustered gasp as his face instantly turns bright red. She explains that when they first crossed paths, he looked like he was practically on the verge of death, only ever showing a brief spark of life and smiling when he discussed his love for Nina. She adds that she is incredibly happy to see him finally smiling with her in the real world, instead of just seeking comfort from his virtual screen. Leaning in close, she casually points out that since he went to the trouble of getting a new haircut, he really ought to show his face to the world a little more. She playfully notes how much she likes the way he looks when his hair is parted, but when she notices his intense blushing panic, she frantically stammers that she definitely did not mean it in any weird or romantic way. He silently admits that he knows exactly what she meant anyway, but as a quiet, heavy silence falls over their table, he awkwardly suggests they head back home after finishing their food, to which she softly agrees. As they walk past a karaoke parlor at night, she reflects on their unusual outing, noting they only ended up eating food and talking about their names, making it her first time ever going to karaoke without actually singing. She apologizes for not giving him a live performance, leaving Miyagi screaming in internal agony, because he actually desperately wanted to hear Nina sing. Miyagi quickly reassures her that it is totally fine, since hearing her sing live isn't something he'd normally expect to happen anyway, but she whines because he had previously mentioned how much he wanted to hear it. While Miyagi silently laments that he really did want to hear her and will probably never get another chance like that again, she admits that she actually wanted to sing for him too. With a playful smile, she enthusiastically suggests that they should just turn right back around and head straight back to the karaoke room. Her plan is suddenly cut short as she notices the weather turning, urging him to run before they get caught in the impending rain. Watching her, Miyagi finds himself once again quietly wondering just how much longer she is actually planning to stay at his apartment. He gently softens his own thoughts, deciding that having her around is perfectly fine if it is only going to be for a little while longer. The dark clouds fully open up, sending a heavy downpour of rain washing over the quiet city apartment buildings. Meanwhile, at the Shiraishi household, her father stands silently in their quiet kitchen, staring down at the notes and documents in his hand as the heavy weight of her absence looms over the empty home. A stern-looking man in a business suit carefully inspects a formal document addressed to Shiraishi Nina, suggesting that her secret might be on the verge of being exposed. The mysterious official harbors a deeply troubled look, clearly harboring some serious doubts about her current whereabouts and the entire situation. Meanwhile, Shiraishi confirms that his body temperature has spiked to a high fever of 38.5 degrees, realizing that he did indeed end up catching a bad cold. She stands beside his futon and worriedly asks how he is holding up, trying to comfort him while his body recovers from the sudden illness. She guiltily points out that the sudden downpour caught them both completely off guard on their way back from the karaoke venue, leaving them soaking wet and likely causing his severe fever. Miyagi weakly apologizes for being such a burden in his feverish state, but she remains firm, noting that they have absolutely no medicine in the apartment, and suggesting they wait for the pharmacy to open, even as he stubbornly insists she should prioritize her school classes. Miyagi weakly addresses her by her formal family name, immediately catching her full attention as her eyes widen in mild surprise. She asks why he is still strictly using her formal surname instead of calling her Nina, prompting him to bring up his lingering worries about the confrontation with her classmate, Mei-kun, whom she casually dismisses as just trying to act tough, before asking what Miyagi actually needs. Miyagi completely catches her off guard by asking if she can find somewhere else to stay, like an internet cafe, for the night. When she reacts with shock, he quickly explains that he absolutely does not want his infectious cold to get her sick and ruin her upcoming streaming broadcasts. She laughs off his worries, teasing that it is a little late to get worked up over her presence. She adds that her streaming gear has not even been set up yet, meaning she wouldn't be able to broadcast anytime soon anyway. Her cheerful mood suddenly shifts into a quiet, introspective silence as she mutters that it probably doesn't matter anyway. She walks back into his room only to find Miyagi looking incredibly flushed and sweating heavily under his covers, prompting her to call out his name in concern. Standing over him, she asks him if he has already fallen asleep, receiving absolutely no response from the completely unresponsive guy. Checking his forehead, she instantly panics as she realizes he is burning up with an incredibly high fever. She looks at him in deep anxiety, quietly wondering to herself if it is actually safe to leave him alone in such a terrible state. Her panic only intensifies when she checks her phone and realizes with horror that it is already almost 8 in the morning, meaning she desperately needs to head out for school but cannot help but ask if he will be all right while she is gone. Preparing to head out, she reluctantly calls his name once more, letting him know that she is officially leaving for the day. From his bed, Miyagi manages to muster a weak, barely audible response to let her know he heard her. With a heavy, worried expression on her face, she quietly tells him to take care of himself before finally stepping out the door. Leaning against the closed front door, she sighs in sheer embarrassment and playfully wonders how she is supposed to handle the situation now that she realizes Ao-san can actually speak to her casually without using his usual stiff honorifics. She slides into her school shoes, quietly pondering to herself why exactly that tiny slip in his formal demeanor is affecting her so much. Stepping out of the apartment building, she simply cannot shake the memory of how surprisingly natural and relaxed his voice sounded just moments before. Walking down the quiet morning street, she gets totally flustered and happily admits to herself that his sudden burst of casualness was actually incredibly cute. Meanwhile, back inside the apartment, Miyagi hides under his covers and immediately regrets his life choices, groaning that he definitely just made a massive mistake by dropping his formalities with her. Completely drained from all the chaotic social interactions of the morning, he admits that he is absolutely exhausted, though a part of his mind still stubbornly lingers on their strange interaction. Staring blankly up at his ceiling and the humming air conditioner, he reflects on how quiet moments alone usually drag his mood down, admitting he has always hated these times when his thoughts are allowed to wander into dark places. He explains that the silence always leads to terrible memories, pulling him back to the painful moment his ex confronted him about the devastating office rumor, accusing him of cheating, coldly denying that she was the one who spread the lie. Her harsh words still echo in his mind as he remembers her brutally telling him that his true worth is entirely determined by exactly what the people around him think of him, completely destroying his reputation and invalidating his own truth. Delivering the final crushing blow to his spirit, she coldly initiates the breakup, firmly stating that they shouldn't waste another second of each other's time. Miyagi finds himself trapped in a painful nightmare, remembering the exact moment his former fiancée began to coldly call off their relationship. The memory of her declaring that she has absolutely no use for someone like him continues to haunt his feverish sleep. Back in reality, she arrives back at the apartment in the evening, calling out a greeting before instantly pausing when she notices something is wrong. She quickly checks on him under the blankets, questioning if he has been asleep the entire day and asking if she should wake him up since he keeps groaning in pain. She asks him if he managed to take any medicine, but in his feverish delirium, he can only weakly call out her virtual name. After a brief moment of surprise, a mischievous and thoroughly smug grin spreads across her face as she formulates a playful plan. Capitalizing on his delirium, she playfully leans in and tells him that since he called her name, his beloved Nina is officially here to take care of him. She continues her adorable roleplay, declaring that today is a highly special day because she is going to stay right by his side until he recovers. Her teasing tone softens into genuine care as she gently whispers for him to hurry up and get well soon. Miyagi's sheer, flushed embarrassment at her intense proximity instantly breaks her character, causing her to burst into absolute fits of laughter at his hilarious reaction. She lies in bed quietly staring off into space as she gets lost in her own deep, complicated thoughts. She looks over at Miyagi sleeping soundly nearby, thinking to herself about how incredibly kind Aosen always is to her, though a heavy sense of doubt still lingers in her mind. Watching him sleep, she silently wonders if his sweet hospitality is solely because she is Amasaki Nina, questioning if he would treat her the exact same way if she wasn't his favorite digital star. Her brooding is abruptly cut short when Miyagi suddenly pulls her into a tight, warm hug in his sleep, catching her completely off guard and sending her face turning red. Stunned, she realizes that he is still completely dead to the world, frantically whispering to herself that he is seriously doing this while fast asleep. Trapped in his firm embrace, she feels her heart start to pound wildly in her chest as pure nervousness washes over her. Flustered and desperate to escape the awkward situation, she starts shaking him and yelling for him to wake up immediately. Miyagi slowly opens his eyes and groggily asks if she is finally awake, making her sigh in relief that he is finally regaining consciousness. As his vision clears, Miyagi slowly blinks up at her in a daze, completely unaware of the highly compromising position he has just gotten them both into. During his intense fever delirium, Miyagi ends up pulling her into a tight embrace, leaving her completely shocked and hopelessly flustered by his sudden closeness. As she freezes in his arms, her heart starts pounding so violently that she is utterly unable to form a coherent thought or escape his grasp. Sometime later, the scene shifts back to the convenience store where Miyagi works his part-time shifts. Miyagi is racked with immense worry, desperately racking his brain as he tries to figure out what on earth he could have possibly done while out of his mind with the fever. He goes about his shift in gloomy silence, so completely lost in his own anxious thoughts that he barely even notices his boss watching his unusually depressed behavior. When his boss gently asks if he was saying something to her, Miyagi instantly snaps out of his trance and nervously apologizes, explaining that he was simply muttering to himself. Back at his apartment, Miyagi is absolutely certain that she is actively avoiding him, especially when she frantically rejects his simple offer to help her set up some computer gear and quickly scurries away. He quietly laments that her behavior has been incredibly strange ever since the day of his high fever reaching a painful peak, when she abruptly announces she will be eating her dinner completely alone today. He desperately tries to piece the timeline together, but because he was completely knocked out for the entire day, he is left utterly clueless as to what could have transpired while he was fast asleep. Faced with his own complete lack of memory, Miyagi can only stress in silent agony, internally screaming that he is completely in the dark and hopelessly confused by her sudden freezing cold shoulder. Miyagi seems distracted at work, prompting his older coworker to check in on him and ask what is on his mind. The elderly coworker gets straight to the point, teasingly asking if he has suddenly gotten himself a crush on a girl. Miyagi is completely taken aback when she points out his new haircut and image change, playfully wondering if he finally found a real-life girl to fuss over instead of a virtual idol. Miyagi weakly tries to deny the accusation, but she completely ignores him and excitedly hands him a pair of movie tickets for a bizarre shark versus penguin movie, insisting it is exactly the kind of trendy thing young girls are into. She enthusiastically cheers him on, leaving Miyagi holding the tickets, while awkwardly wondering if Shiraishi would actually have any interest in watching such a ridiculous movie. Cut to the two of them walking out of the cinema together, with Shiraishi cheerfully admitting that the weird animal crossover movie was actually incredibly entertaining. She enthusiastically rambles about how awesome it was when the shark and penguin literally merged together at the climax, leaving Miyagi to awkwardly mention that he is just glad she had a good time. Miyagi quietly notes to himself that she genuinely enjoys this sort of crazy cinematic nonsense, just as she happily praises his coworker for gifting them the tickets in the first place. He reflects that he had been seriously overthinking things and feels relieved that she accepted his movie invitation so casually instead of awkwardly avoiding him right before she suddenly turns around with an excited gasp. Miyagi tries to change the subject, but she quickly cuts in to announce her immediate plans for after they finish their current task. She suddenly lets out an awkward yell, realizing she almost let something incredibly embarrassing slip out of her mouth at the last second. She frantically backtracks on her statement, desperately telling him to completely forget she ever said anything before making a very hasty retreat. Miyagi is left standing there completely stunned, sweatily realizing that she is now very blatantly and actively trying to avoid him. She silently admits to herself that her situation is looking incredibly bad because just like before, her body reacts strangely whenever she is in close proximity to him. She is completely consumed by absolute panic, overwhelmed by the realization that her heart is pounding ridiculously fast right now. Their awkward standoff is suddenly shattered when her childhood friend Mei-kun abruptly walks up to them in public and demands to know exactly what on earth they are doing together. Shiraishi casually welcomes him, explaining she invited him along since they were planning to see a movie, leaving Miyagi utterly shocked to find out she called him, while an annoyed Mei-kun points out that they have already seen the film anyway. The actual chat logs show her casually telling him about her movie date with Ao-san and suggesting he could catch up if he left right away, which prompted his immediate and stubborn decision to join them. Mei-kun angrily snaps that he couldn't care less about any movie, aggressively demanding to know why the two of them are out together when having her crash at his apartment should have been more than enough, leaving a sweating Miyagi completely at a loss for words. She pulls her classmate Tsukasa aside, quietly asking if she can have a quick word with him. Tsukasa is completely caught off guard by her uncharacteristically intense look, blushing and asking why she is suddenly being so incredibly serious. She quietly admits to herself that she is perfectly fine being around Mei-kun. However, she cannot help but wonder why Ao-san is the one who makes her heart flutter so much, desperately trying to convince herself that her feelings are not like that, and that what happened between them the other day was strictly an accident. She quickly wraps up her conversation with Tsukasa, leaving him utterly baffled by her sudden exit, while their companion abruptly commands the two of them to wait there while he runs off to look at movie merchandise. Left completely alone together, Tsukasa and Miyagi stand side by side in absolute suffocating awkwardness. After a long, tense silence, Tsukasa suddenly addresses him, instantly sending a sweating Miyagi into a defensive panic. Tsukasa directly asks him if he actually likes Shiraishi. While Miyagi stammers in pure confusion, Tsukasa bluntly presses him for his true motives, demanding to know what else he could possibly hope to get out of hiding a young adult like that if he does not have feelings for her. Tsukasa fixes him with an incredibly sharp, serious gaze as he waits for Miyagi to finally give him an honest answer. Walking through the bustling crowd, Nina reflects on the fact that she has been crashing at Miyagi's place for several days now, quietly wondering why the sudden realization is making her feel so incredibly nervous. Her train of thought is abruptly interrupted when she glances at her phone and notices a brand new message notification sent directly from her agency manager. Reading the contents of the message, her eyes widen in absolute horror as she lets out a panicked gasp, completely, utterly shocked by the unexpected news. In a hilariously desperate moment, she throws her dignity out the window and aggressively begs Mei-kun for uppies, but the deeply flustered boy firmly shoots her down, furiously reminding her that they absolutely cannot do something so embarrassing in public. Meanwhile, Miyagi finds himself completely cornered with a heavy question about whether he actually harbors romantic feelings for the runaway girl, leaving him sweating nervously as he struggles to formulate a proper response. The chaotic tension breaks when Nina suddenly rushes up to Miyagi, frantically waving her phone in his face and screaming that they have a massive emergency on their hands. A highly flustered Miyagi stammers out her name in shock as she urgently explains that she just received a direct call from her agency manager right while she was at his apartment. The situation instantly turns into a massive logistical nightmare when Mei-kun suddenly steps into the conversation, prompting a highly anxious Nina to ask if it is really okay for them to be having this discussion right here. Nina breaks into a terrified cold sweat as a devastating realization hits her, knowing she is in extreme danger because Mei-kun is standing right next to them, and he has absolutely zero clue about her secret double life as an internet streamer. With her massive VTuber secret on the absolute brink of being completely exposed to her childhood friend, She lets out a horrified gasp, while Mei-kun awkwardly suggests that they should probably just table the discussion for later. Yahetome confronts Shiraishi, directly demanding to know what she is talking about and asking if she is secretly hiding something from him. He bitterly asks why the random older guy gets to know her secrets while her own childhood friend is completely kept in the dark, forcing her to offer a quiet, apologetic sigh. She weakly tries to explain, but his intense frustration prevents her from finding the right words to clear the air. Losing his temper completely, Yahetome snaps that he gets the picture and is going home, telling her she is perfectly free to keep talking to the other guy as much as she wants while she frantically calls after him. Walking away in a huff, Yahetome grumbles to himself about how incredibly unfair it is that Miyagi was the very first person she turned to for help. He is instantly flooded with memories of their childhood back, when they were just elementary school kids always walking home together. He silently reflects on how things had remained exactly like that for years, with the two of them being completely inseparable until very recently. He remembers their middle school days walking side by side down the exact same neighborhood streets as they grew up together. He bitterly realizes that for the longest time he was truly the only one who stood by her side and understood her. Even as high schoolers, they had continued to walk the same path, making their sudden distance and her new reliance on a stranger feel like a total betrayal. Mei-kun is filled with deep, bitter regret as he walks away, quietly thinking to himself that he should have been the one there to support her instead of some random stranger. As her childhood friend disappears into the distance, Miyagi looks after him with worry, asking Shiraishi if she shouldn't have chased after him to patch things up. She casually brushes off his concern, explaining that she will simply contact him later, and noting that Mei-kun pulls these kinds of dramatic exits all the time anyway. But before they can enjoy any peace, she drops another sudden update, immediately throwing Miyagi right back into a state of absolute sweat-soaked panic as he realizes things are looking incredibly bad. She explains that her VTuber management agency recently called to let her know they had sent a formal letter addressed directly to her streamer name, Nina. When Miyagi asks if she needs to sign for the delivery, she clarifies that she is more worried about anyone else seeing it, explaining that since she ran away, getting official paperwork delivered to her family home would instantly spell disaster because she absolutely refuses to go back. She recognizes that she has no choice but to somehow go back and retrieve that letter, quietly worrying to herself that Aosen only let her stay at his place because she had absolutely nowhere else to go. As she anxiously worries that returning home means he will never let her stay with him again, she is completely stunned when Miyagi, assuming she has decided to return for good, weakly smiles and tells her that is perfectly fine. Once she is out of sight, Miyagi is left behind, filled with intense worry, silently reflecting on her visibly anxious expression and noting that she really seemed to dread the idea of returning home. Suddenly, a terrifyingly grim realization flashes through his mind, leaving him completely paralyzed with horror as he desperately wonders if her family is actually being abusive towards her. Miyagi quietly worries that if she goes back to her house to retrieve the official letter, she might end up running straight into her parents. Hesitating for a moment, he nervously offers to accompany her to her house to help retrieve it safely. She is left completely taken aback by his unexpected offer of support. She double-checks if he is seriously suggesting that they go to her house together and that she can return to stay at his place afterward, which he confirms. Miyagi's inner fanboy suddenly short-circuits as he frantically realizes that going to her house means he will officially find out exactly where Nina lives, causing him to sweat in a panic, even as she starts to second-guess the idea. Brushing aside her sudden hesitation, he looks at her with determination and firmly states that he definitely wants to go with her. Seeing his intense resolve, she quietly speaks his fan name, deeply touched by his unwavering support. Soon after, they arrive right in front of her family's upscale residential apartment complex. Standing right outside her building, Miyagi's mind is completely blown as he tries to process the surreal reality that he is actually standing at the real-life residence of his absolute favorite idol. As they enter the building, she tells him that she will just wait outside her front door, prompting an exasperated Miyagi to ask what the point of his company was, if she is just going to wait in the hall, adding that there shouldn't be anyone home right now anyway. Standing outside her house, Miyagi cautiously asks her if both of her parents are currently away at work, wanting to make sure they are completely in the clear. She explains that her father is definitely busy at work, but she trails off with a heavy heart when she mentions her mother. Quickly brushing away the heavy thought, she reassures him that neither of them are home anyway, insisting that everything is going to be completely fine. Once they step inside, she proudly declares that the place is entirely empty and warmly invites him to follow her in. Miyagi steps inside her home in absolute panic, internally spiraling over the fact that he is actually stepping foot inside his beloved online idol's real-life house and wondering if a mere fan is even legally allowed to cross this boundary. She instructs him to wait in the kitchen area while she goes to search for her lost letter, to which Miyagi politely agrees. Struggling to calm his racing heart, Miyagi breaks the tense silence by asking if she lives solely with her father and if it really is just the two of them in this house. She softly confirms that it is indeed just her and her dad, quietly admitting that her mother walked out and left their family behind. Miyagi is completely taken aback by her sudden heavy confession, but before he can even offer his condolences, she suddenly lets out a triumphant cheer, announcing that she has finally found what she was looking for. She breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing that her important letter has not been opened yet, but her celebration is instantly cut short when Miyagi casually calls out her real name, sending her right back into a state of absolute flustered shock. The front door suddenly opens, and Shureishi's father walks directly into the apartment, leaving her completely frozen as she mutters his name in pure shock. The tension inside the small room reaches a breaking point as the three of them face off, with Shureishi weakly addressing her father in the sudden heavy silence. When she stammers that she thought he was supposed to be busy at work, her father coldly explains that he was simply nearby and decided to stop in on his way back to the office, while Miyagi sweats in absolute terror next to them. Her father turns his stern gaze directly onto Miyagi, demanding to know exactly who he is, prompting the terrified guy to struggle to formulate any coherent reply. Before Miyagi can dig himself into a deeper hole, Shureishi frantically jumps in, claiming that he is just a close friend who simply happened to accompany her when she decided to stop by the apartment. Her father ignores the frantic excuse and bluntly asks if Miyagi was the one looking after her the entire time she was away from home, forcing her to reluctantly confirm the truth. Her father's expression grows incredibly cold as he scolds her for running away from home and leaving without their permission. He delivers a harsh rebuke, demanding to know if she has absolutely no shame for causing so much trouble and inconvenience for everyone else, leaving her looking down in deep guilt. Miyagi steps in to defend Nina from her father, urging him to wait and insisting that she is not causing him any trouble at all. He takes full responsibility for the situation, claiming it was entirely his own idea to let her stay at his apartment in the first place. Miyagi explains that she was left completely alone in the dark, desperately trying to deal with all of her overwhelming problems by herself. The father coldly dismisses his explanations, thanking him for his concern, but firmly asserting that he knows exactly what is going on with his own daughter. He suggests that Nina must have forced Miyagi's hand into letting her stay, though Miyagi immediately objects and denies the accusation. Nina is left completely speechless, looking on with a heavy heart as her father continues to criticize her character. The father continues his harsh lecture, complaining that she always ignores her parents whenever things do not go her way, even if she has never actually run away before. He accuses Nina of always being desperate for approval and simply seeking attention from complete strangers online. Miyagi watches in shock as the father brings up her broadcasting activities, calling all of her streaming efforts completely ridiculous. The father demands answers about a mysterious letter, confidently betting that the issue is entirely connected to her online streaming activities. Faced with her father's unexpected presence, Shureishi glares back in distress, firmly telling him that she already warned him to stop. Her father scowls deeply coldly, stating that he simply cannot believe his own family member is wasting their time doing such low-level activities. While Miyagi looks on in worry, her father demands that she stop bringing further shame and embarrassment to her parents. Unable to stand by and watch her get belittled, Miyagi suddenly speaks up, firmly stating that he does not find her work embarrassing in the slightest. Addressing her father directly, Miyagi argues that calling her passion ridiculous or low-level is completely unjustified. Growing incredibly passionate, he asserts that what she does is absolutely nothing like the foolish hobby her father thinks it is. He explains that fully committing to a virtual persona and crafting an entertaining stream for everyone to enjoy requires immense dedication. He gestures toward her broadcasting setup, emphasizing that managing an online presence like hers is actually not easy at all. He challenges the father's narrow perspective, asking if he doesn't think his own daughter has poured a massive amount of careful thought and hard work into her broadcasts. He proudly defends her achievements, declaring that Nina has earned countless loyal fans and that thousands of people regularly tune in to draw strength from her streams. Miyagi recalls a specific moment from one of her broadcasts where the glowing virtual avatar of Amasaki, Nina, passionately argued that her ability to reach out and connect with viewers was an incredibly amazing thing. He remembers her brilliant, cheerful smile as she firmly declared on stream that having the power to make so many people happy could never be considered a silly or pointless endeavor. Thinking back to his own painful past, he remembers the dark, suffocating depression that once left him completely isolated and huddled alone in the shadows. Stepping in to defend her honor, he emphasizes to the manager that above all else, there is a profound, undeniable impact to her online presence. As Shiraishi stands by, quietly, visibly moved by his support, Miyagi passionately explains that the genuine care and effort she pours into her streams carry real, tangible weight. With intense conviction, Miyagi boldly declares that her hard work and heartfelt broadcasts have literally saved people's lives. Standing his ground, Miyagi glares fiercely at the man in the suit, firmly demanding that he take back the harsh insults he threw at her earlier. The tense standoff continues at the apartment entrance, as Miyagi and Shiraishi stand together holding their ground against the stern-looking official who unexpectedly arrived at their door. Faced with Miyagi's unwavering defense, the strict manager finally relents, offering a reluctant concession as he admits that his previous statements were indeed far too harsh. Her father remains completely unswayed, delivering a cold transition to his final verdict. He firmly tells Miyagi that their ongoing situation is strictly a family matter, leaving absolutely no room for an outsider to intervene. Her father, blunt force, demands that it would be best for Miyagi to leave the premises immediately, forcing him into a silent, helpless panic. Miyagi privately admits that her father's logical argument is completely right, but before he can make his exit, Shiraishi desperately clings to him, tearfully asking if he is seriously going to leave her behind. She directly confronts her father with a defiant look, declaring that if Miyagi is forced to leave, she will absolutely walk right out the door with him. The sudden, shocking declaration leaves Miyagi completely flabbergasted, while her father simply watches them with a quiet, icy disapproval. Trying to act as the voice of reason, Miyagi gently tells her that since they have already come all this way, she really needs to stand her ground and properly talk things out with her father. She bitterly rejects his advice, stating that there is absolutely no point in trying to talk to her dad, because he has never listened to a single word she has had to say, which is the exact reason she ran away from home in the first place. She explains that his stubborn, unyielding behavior is nothing new, recalling that he refused to listen to her mother as well back when they were still living together. Letting out her bottled-up resentment, she delivers a devastating truth, shouting that his refusal to listen is the sole reason her mother eventually abandoned him. She defiantly declares that she is leaving regardless of whether she can stay with him or not, asserting that she will simply find somewhere else to crash, prompting a deeply concerned Miyagi to desperately call out her name. Miyagi steps in and firmly tells her that running away to another random spot is absolutely not going to solve any of her actual problems. She stands there silently, quietly questioning why everyone has to make such a massive, exhausting deal out of her choices. She bitterly reflects that even he, the one person she trusted to support her, seems to be taking her father's side and pushing her away. She looks away, reminding him that he was the one who encouraged her to take her streaming career and her independence seriously. Realizing he cannot let her run off into danger, Miyagi suddenly steals his resolve and decides to make a massive, risky move. He turns directly to her father and loudly announces that he has a solution to their standoff. Miyagi pulls out his driver's license to present his home address and contact details, leaving her father completely baffled as to what the older stranger is trying to do. He humbly acknowledges that he is a complete stranger and that his sudden intervention is incredibly forward. Taking a deep breath, he desperately asks her father if he would allow her to stay at his apartment for just a little while longer, leaving the father completely speechless, while she gasps in hopeful shock. Miyagi gently advises the father that even if he and Nina try to talk things out right now, there are several reasons why the conversation probably would not go very well. He earnestly asks the father if he could please grant Nina just a little more time to sort through her feelings. Miyagi cast aside his own pride to formally beg the father to consider his request on her behalf. The father silently contemplates the plea for a moment before coldly agreeing to write down Miyagi's contact information, prompting a quick, respectful confirmation. With their brief negotiation finished, the father bids them farewell and prepares to make his exit from the apartment. The father admits that even if he tried to force her to come home right now, he knows she would simply run away all over again anyway. He adds that compared to the nightmare of not knowing where she is in the world, knowing she is safe under Miyagi's roof is a much more tolerable alternative. He quietly concludes to himself that this current living arrangement is definitely the better option for her safety for the time being. Miyagi expresses his deep gratitude and promises to contact him immediately if anything comes up, to which the father simply nods and mentions that he must return to work. However, as he departs, the father leaves behind a chilly silence, coldly stating that after today, they no longer have any need to speak to each other at all. The two of them quietly exit the building and make their way down the ground floor hallway after the incredibly tense confrontation with her father. She quietly calls out his name as they walk, wanting to get his attention in the empty corridor. She delivers a heartfelt thank you, expressing her deep gratitude for the brave way he stood up and spoke to her father on her behalf. She smiles weakly and admits he must be quite surprised, questioning if her actual reason for running away from home seems incredibly insignificant and silly to him. Miyagi reflects on what he just learned, noting that, while she previously said she simply didn't get along with her parents, he now understands the tension was because they strongly opposed her VTuber career, making it a classic parent-child dispute. She looks at him with a sad smile, asking him if a simple reason like that means she really has no choice but to give up and just go back home. Miyagi immediately speaks up to disagree, firmly stating that he definitely does not think she should just dismiss her feelings like that. He pauses as they walk, preparing to explain exactly why he believes her struggles are completely valid. He looks at her with absolute sincerity and gently points out that protecting her dream of being Nina and carrying such a heavy burden all by herself definitely could not have been easy for her. He softens his gaze, acknowledging the immense pressure she must have quietly endured to keep her beloved streaming career alive for all this time. Miyagi gently points out that the real reason she could not bring herself to go back home was because of how incredibly difficult her family situation actually was. Nina is left completely overwhelmed as all of her painful memories start rushing back to the surface. The crushing weight of her isolated life and her father's cold attitude finally break her spirit, causing her to break down in tears. In a flashback to her past, her father coldly dismissed her high school entrance ceremony, stating that having her mother attend was already more than enough. He bluntly ordered her not to waste his valuable time on those kinds of trivial family events. Nina painfully reflects on her childhood, bitterly realizing that her father had always behaved in that incredibly cold and distant manner. She vividly remembers her first day of high school when her mother bluntly told her that since she was finally a high schooler, she should be perfectly capable of taking care of herself. Following that cold and sudden declaration, her mother abandoned the family entirely and never returned home again. Mei-kun approaches Shiraishi in the classroom after classes wrap up, casually asking if she wants to head out somewhere with him after school. She stares down at her phone with a conflicted expression, muttering a non-committal response as her mind starts to drift back to the past. Her eyes narrow with determination as she recalls the pivotal moment that originally set her entire streaming journey in motion. She remembers looking at the online application for a major VTuber agency audition, driven back then by the simple, desperate desire to finally be seen and valued by someone. The memory shifts to a meeting at a local restaurant where she tried to explain the audition to her mother, who was highly skeptical and questioned if the entertainment company was even legitimate. She had quickly assured her that it was a highly famous organization, prompting her mother to reluctantly relent and agree to sign the parental consent forms for her. Her mother had warned her to keep their meeting a strict secret from her father, before dropping the sudden devastating update that this would be the very last time they ever met. With a heavy, distant tone, her mother had calmly delivered the final crushing news that her parents' divorce was now officially finalized. Shiraishi could only stare back in absolute speechless shock, her voice catching as she struggled to comprehend the sudden collapse of her family. Looking down as her world completely fell apart, she had quietly asked if this meant they had already decided which of them was going to get custody over her. Shiraishi offers a painful smile as she finally opens up about the devastating day her mother decided to abandon their family. She reveals her mother's incredibly unfair parting words, explaining that her mom simply begged her to try and get along with her strict father before walking out the door for good. Her mind drifts back to her early struggling days as a virtual idol, remembering how she would awkwardly thank her tiny audience and apologize for her incredibly rocky broadcasts. She recalls slumping at her desk in total defeat after a disastrous stream, intensely frustrated that her overwhelming nerves had completely paralyzed her ability to even speak properly. Scrolling through her phone, she felt the crushing weight of negative chat comments calling out her extreme anxiety, letting out a heavy groan of pure self-doubt. Desperately trying to protect her own mental health, she forced a strained smile and aggressively chanted to herself that she didn't care about the haters, stubbornly trying to focus on the positive feedback instead. Everything changed the moment she noticed Aosan's very first supportive donation, realizing with total surprise that her audience wasn't just hardcore internet fans, but ordinary people genuinely cheering for her success. Filled with immense gratitude, she remembers sitting alone at her desk and quietly thanking him from the bottom of her heart for somehow managing to find her. The quiet, nostalgic reflection of her old streaming days is abruptly shattered by a loud, sudden gasp of pure shock. Nina is absolutely thrilled to see that her subscriber count is rapidly growing, happily guessing that her longer broadcast from the other day is the main reason for the sudden popularity boost. Seeing comments asking for more extended broadcasts, she sighs as she reminds herself of her tight schedule, knowing she can only stream during the brief windows when her father is not around. Despite the stressful logistics, she reminds herself that her content is popular and that this is officially her job now. Staring at her computer monitors, Nina quietly wonders if the time has finally come for her to have an open, honest discussion with her father. In a flashback, her father directly confronts her, coldly stating that he was already well aware she was doing something behind his back. He scolds her for focusing on streaming with her exams right around the corner, lecturing her that she should only look into these kinds of side projects after she has successfully entered society and achieved financial independence. When her father dismisses her efforts as childish, goofing off, Nina desperately tries to defend herself by explaining that it is a legitimate job she gets paid for by her company. Her father coldly dismisses her defense, warning her that her online career is just a short-lived fad that she should never expect to last forever. He brutally presses her, further questioning what she will actually have left for herself once her temporary internet fame inevitably fades away. He pointedly asks her if she could ever dream of putting this streaming gig on her professional resume, questioning if it is a career that anyone in the real world would ever take seriously. Her father coldly argues that neither her VTuber management agency nor the random viewers tuning into her broadcasts are ever going to be responsible for her actual life. She looks down with a heavy heart, quietly arguing that so many people actively look forward to her streams. He responds dismissively, stating that those viewers will simply move on and quickly find someone else to watch if she stops. He bluntly delivers the harsh truth that her online audience does not actually care about her specifically, and that it does not have to be her behind the screen. She remains completely silent, deeply hurt by his cold, dismissive words. She reflects back on the explosive argument she had with her father, remembering how she angrily retorted about what she would do once she finally gained her independence. Pushed to her absolute limit, she furiously agreed to his demands and packed her suitcase to leave the house right then and there. She bitterly laments how her father never even tried to listen to her side of things, deeply regretting ever trying to open up to him in the first place. She tries to convince herself that she will be perfectly fine out on her own, confidently noting she has plenty of savings, and can easily crash at an internet cafe for a while even if a part of her secretly understands where her father was coming from. However, her runaway plans immediately hit a major roadblock when the internet cafe staff flatly tells her that minors are strictly prohibited from staying past 10 at night. Left completely out in the cold, she is left feeling incredibly helpless as she tries to figure out her next move. Trying her luck at a hotel, she is immediately shut down again when the front desk clerk coldly informs her that high schoolers must absolutely be accompanied by a legal adult. With nowhere else left to go, her desperate search for shelter eventually leads her back to the quiet benches of Hanaba Park. Huddled on a park bench, she despondently realizes that even securing a simple rental or loan contract is completely out of her reach because she didn't know it required written parental consent. She briefly considers reaching out for help, but she quietly admits to herself that asking her estranged mother is completely out of the question. She sinks deeper into absolute despair, realizing just how completely isolated and vulnerable she truly is in the real world. Looking at her massive online following of over 600,000 people, she bitterly reflects on the painful irony that while her virtual persona Nina has countless adoring fans, absolutely none of those digital followers can help the real her. Sitting alone in the quiet park, she finally begins to understand the harsh, unforgiving reality of her situation. Scrolling through social media, it is blindingly obvious that absolutely everyone online is completely in love with the bright, cheerful persona of Amasaki Nina. One particular viewer comments on how close she must be with her own family, innocently assuming from her happy stream stories that her real life is completely perfect. Staring at the screen, Shiraishi breaks down in tears as she painfully admits to herself that the real broken version of her is absolutely nothing like the idealized idol everyone adores. She huddles alone on a park bench under the dark trees, completely miserable, as she silently concludes that in the end, she has absolutely nothing left. Seeing her fans casually discuss other streamers while questioning her absence, she quietly accepts the harsh reality that nobody is actually going to come look for her out here in the dark. But just as her despair reaches its absolute peak, Miyagi quietly approaches his presence, instantly cutting through her suffocating isolation. He stands right behind her bench, quietly watching over her to let her know she isn't actually alone anymore. She turns in absolute shock, her tear-filled eyes widening as she realizes he actually went through all the trouble of tracking her down. A heavy emotional silence washes over the quiet park as the sudden relief of their reunion finally settles in. Sitting huddled by the wall, she looks up at him with an overwhelming sense of relief, realizing that the one person who truly matters didn't abandon her after all. Looking closely at the cute rubber strap of Amasaki Nina in his hand, Miyagi realizes how far he has come. He stops in his tracks, telling himself that he absolutely cannot bring himself to abandon Nina in her time of need. Tearfully, she desperately calls after him to wait up, pleading with him not to leave her behind. Miyagi turns back to face her, reminding himself that she is standing right in front of him, even though a part of him still struggles to reconcile her real identity. She quietly admits that she is not the flawless, perfectly cheerful digital idol Nina that he fell in love with online. In a nostalgic callback, she runs up to return his dropped VTuber strap to him. He quietly reflects that perhaps anyone else in his position would have ended up feeling the exact same way. The quiet evening sky hangs overhead, bathing the neighborhood park in a soft silver glow as they stand together. He will always remember the unexpected choice he made on that fateful day. She recalls a terrifying encounter in her past, remembering when a creepy stranger once approached her in the dark park when she was completely alone and vulnerable. The memory of her sheer helpless terror during that dark night continues to haunt her thoughts. She silently reflects on her deepest gratitude toward Miyagi, recognizing that he was the only one who truly stepped forward and found her when she was lost. Crying bitterly, she explains her painful family reality, sobbing that her mother left after the divorce and that her father refuses to listen to a single word she has to say. Miyagi is left completely stunned, his face pale, as he witnesses her raw, heartbreaking breakdown. Miyagi internally panics, screaming in sheer distress that he has accidentally made her cry, while she tightly grips his shirt and tearfully asks if he is even listening to her. While Miyagi desperately wants to stay and listen to her properly, he realizes their current physical situation in the public hallway is incredibly compromising. Terrified that they will look like a crying minor and a highly suspicious intruder, he awkwardly suggests they return to his apartment to talk in private, to which she quietly apologizes and agrees. As they settle in, she softly murmurs that she knows listening to all her heavy emotional baggage must be a massive pain, but Miyagi immediately speaks up to gently reassure her that is not the case at all. Facing the emotional weight of their talk, she is deeply touched when he expresses that he would much rather hear whatever she has to say. She realizes that this is the exact turning point where everything changes for her. With a warm and comforting smile, he softly suggests that they should finally head back home together. She gets lost in her thoughts, reflecting on how her life has always been defined by these overwhelming moments of isolation. She remembers how she used to believe that even if he found out her true identity as the virtual star, it wouldn't change anything. She is reminded of his heartfelt declaration that he truly cared about her online persona, and that she will always be incredibly special to him regardless of the circumstances. He points out that since she ran away after a major family dispute, they should focus on resolving those issues, acknowledging that he did everything in his power to support her and wants to do whatever he can. She looks at him, deeply moved by the realization that he is the one person who was always willing to actively seek her out when she was lost. She finally comes to a clear understanding of her own true feelings regarding him. Overflowing with emotion, she courageously confesses that she truly likes him. Miyagi is left completely stunned and confused by her sudden, unexpected whisper. He quickly apologizes and admits he did not quite catch what she said, but a highly embarrassed Nina frantically backtracks and screams that it was absolutely nothing. Nina looks down in sheer embarrassment, softly repeating to him that she truly did not say anything important. Miyagi decides to let the awkward moment slide, suggesting that they should finally get going and head back. His heart instantly leaps into his throat as he reacts in pure sweat-soaked shock to her sudden bold move. Miyagi frantically stammers out her name, completely overwhelmed by her unexpected forwardness. Blushing deeply, Nina softly admits that even if she claims it is nothing, there is still one small thing she wants. She gently holds his hand, quietly asking him if it is all right for them to stay connected like this for just a little while longer. The long, emotionally charged night finally draws to a close as a quiet new morning begins at the apartment complex. Nina texts her manager early in the morning, apologizing for sending a message at such an early hour. She explains that she is reaching out because there is a highly important question she desperately needs to ask. She drops a massive question, directly asking if the agency has a strict policy against their VTubers being in romantic relationships. She waits in absolute suspense, sweating nervously as she anticipates a potentially negative response. The manager responds in sheer shock, immediately asking if she has actually found someone she likes in her real life. Nervous and caught off guard, she offers a vague, non-committal reply to dodge the direct question. To her absolute surprise, her manager responds with a very positive message, clarifying that, while she must keep her private life completely separate from her streaming persona, the agency believes restricting her too much would be unfair, and always prioritizes their streamers' true feelings. Blushing intensely, she admits to herself that she was fully expecting them to shut her down with a firm rejection. Lying in bed, she happily reflects on the manager's words, realizing this means it is officially fine for her to harbor these feelings. Staring blankly in pure blushing wonder, she lets out a silent gasp of realization as she happily accepts that it is finally okay for her to fall in love with Ao-san. Miyagi goes about his daily routine, eventually arriving at the local convenience store to start his next scheduled shift. Standing in the quiet break room during a lull in his shift, Miyagi pulls out his phone to check up on his messages. He opens up a job search portal on his device, quietly contemplating if it is finally time for him to start looking into finding a new full-time career. His quiet reflection is suddenly cut short when his sweet old boss bursts into the room in a massive, breathless panic. Miyagi quickly asks what is wrong, prompting his boss to frantically ask if he is still in the building, and though he offers to stay and help her out, she urgently tells him to head straight home instead. With a massive, dramatic grin, his boss explains that there is a young girl waiting right outside the front of the convenience store specifically for him. Intrigued by the news, Miyagi steps out of the staff room to see a stylishly dressed girl waiting by the entrance of the store. Miyagi instantly recognizes her and calls her name in complete surprise. She brightly greets him with a cheerful good morning, explaining that she had simply stopped by to see if he was working his shift, but when she tried to peek at the cash register, to find him another employee had suddenly cornered her. She asks if there are ever any female staff members on duty during his shift, prompting Miyagi to explain that while there are women working during the day, the night shift is almost entirely run by men. Nina smiles warmly, softly noting that she finally understands his reaction. Miyagi is left sweatily panicking, completely bewildered, as he tries to figure out what could have caused her sudden change in behavior. He notes that she has never visited him at his job before, anxiously wondering if the highly emotional showdown with her father left her feeling too vulnerable to be left completely alone. Remembering that her father explicitly trusted him to watch over her, Miyagi steels his resolve and tells himself that he has to act like a responsible adult. He asks if she would like to go somewhere together once his shift ends, and she happily agrees, suggesting it would be a perfect change of pace. Miyagi notes that they never got to properly enjoy their movie outing the other night, hoping that a fun date today will help cheer her up. Overjoyed by his thoughtful invitation, she smiles brightly and excitedly declares that they officially have a real date. Miyagi suddenly panics when he realizes he accidentally left his apartment unlocked, but Nina reassures him that it is perfectly fine since she wanted to head back and change first anyway. The scene shifts as the two of them arrive together at the local aquarium to begin their special day. They begin exploring the exhibits, immediately getting captivated by the massive shark gliding gracefully through the deep water. While visiting a local aquarium, she happily gushes over how incredibly adorable the swimming penguins are, prompting Miyagi to smile warmly as he silently notes how wonderful it is to see her back to her usual energetic self. Miyagi notices a change in her appearance and mentions that she looks a bit different today, to which she proudly explains that she woke up early just so she could curl her hair for their outing. Miyagi shyly admits that the curled style really suits her, though he quickly stammers that her normal look is also great, leading her to playfully ask if she does not look even better this way. He quietly confirms with a soft, genuine smile that he definitely thinks she looks great. She feels her heart flutter and silently wonders if he secretly thinks she is incredibly cute, even on a normal day, though she quickly retorts out loud that she is obviously cute all the time. As they continue standing in the peaceful, dimly lit aquarium, her playful teasing softens as she quietly calls out his fan name. She nervously catches him completely off guard by softly asking if he has ever wanted to get a real-life girlfriend. Miyagi is left utterly speechless, his mind completely stalling as he tries to process her sudden, unexpected question. He softly declines his quiet, hesitant response, hinting at his lingering real-life insecurities. Miyagi quietly explains that he really has not given the idea of romance much thought lately, but as they stare back at the exhibit, she is left looking slightly disappointed, softly murmuring a hesitant protest. She looks at Miyagi during their aquarium visit, suddenly asking if he really loves Nina, and presses him further by asking what he would do if he actually had the chance to date the real person behind the virtual avatar. She asks if a crazy opportunity like that wouldn't make him incredibly happy. Miyagi stands frozen in front of the giant aquarium tank, slowly repeating the phrase "the person behind" in his head as he tries to process the weight of her question. When Miyagi turns and bluntly asks if she is referring to herself, she instantly turns bright red and frantically stammers in pure panic. She desperately tries to cover her embarrassment by loudly shouting that it was strictly a hypothetical example, muttering that it was just a random thought. But she suddenly steals her resolve, looking directly at him with a heavily blushing face and asking what he would do if he had the chance to date her. His eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock as she delivers the final breathtaking question of whether he would actually date her in the real world. She watches his stunned reaction with a nervous, blushing smile, holding her breath in anticipation of his answer. Miyagi is left completely speechless and breaking into a cold sweat, his mind utterly short-circuiting under the sheer gravity of her sudden confession. She continues to stare at him with a serious, deeply flushed face, waiting anxiously to hear his honest response to her question. Miyagi's mind completely freezes as he internally panics, desperately questioning if he could ever actually go out with someone as incredible as Nina-san. He immediately shuts the thought down as completely and utterly impossible, refusing to let himself daydream about something so unrealistic. Shiraishi is caught completely off guard, letting out a bewildered gasp as she tries to process his abrupt and blunt rejection. When she frantically demands to know why he thinks it is so impossible, he weakly explains that the most obvious roadblock is simply the fact that Nina-san is still legally a minor. He points out that even though her father has officially granted permission for her to stay at his place, the mere fact that an adult and a high schooler are living together is already highly questionable in the eyes of society. He firmly adds that, while housing her to keep her safe is one thing, actually entering a romantic relationship with her is a completely different story. Miyagi weakly mutters that he completely understands the boundaries, accepting the logical reality of their complicated situation. Her shock quickly melts away into a bright, adorable smile as she softly admits she is simply incredibly glad to know that he does not actually dislike her. Shiraishi suddenly gets a bright idea and triumphantly pulls out her phone, proudly announcing she looked it up and discovered that adults and high schoolers can legally date as long as both parties fully consent. As she proudly displays a legal advice article on her screen to back up her claims, a completely mortified Miyagi desperately tries to backtrack, frantically screaming that his entire dating scenario was strictly hypothetical and just an example. Overcome with emotion after her sudden confession, she desperately tries to explain how deep her feelings for him actually go. Miyagi is caught completely off guard, awkwardly stammering as he struggles to find the right words to address her confession. He is instantly flooded with a wave of intense anxiety, realizing how incredibly complicated and delicate their current situation has suddenly become. He gently lays out the harsh reality, explaining that because he is an adult and she is a minor, a relationship is completely out of the question, and warns that society would never look kindly on them even if they both agreed to it. He worries that people would immediately gossip and jump to the worst possible conclusions, regardless of how innocent or consensual their living arrangement might actually be. He admits with a heavy heart that absolutely no one in the real world would ever believe their side of the story if their secret got out. She is left completely frozen and utterly speechless as his logical grounding rejection slowly begins to sink in. Miyagi is bitterly reminded of his own painful past, remembering how a toxic rumor once falsely branded him as a cheater, and how absolutely no one believed him when he tried to tell the truth. The heavy tension is suddenly broken when she abruptly apologizes, feeling incredibly guilty for putting him in such a difficult position. She admits that she was being incredibly selfish by not considering his feelings or the massive risks he was taking just to help her, offering her sincerest apologies for her thoughtless behavior. Nina becomes extremely flustered, frantically telling him to completely forget what she just said and to pretend she never asked him anything at all. She adds that she wants to make her feelings known to him the proper way instead. Looking at him with deep sincerity, she promises that once she finally turns 18, she wants him to let her confess her feelings all over again. She stares at him with wide, blushy eyes, waiting in absolute suspense to see how he will react to her bold declaration. Miyagi is left completely stunned by her mature resolve, his face turning bright red as he struggles to process her words. Realizing she is still holding on to him, she frantically pulls back and stammers a chaotic apology, though he softly clarifies that her hand holding wasn't what actually caught him off guard. Miyagi politely asks if she is turning 18 this very year, which she happily confirms, prompting him to wonder if her real-life birthday matches her virtual persona's official date, though she clarifies that they are different. She laughs brightly, cheerfully revealing to him that her real birthday is actually next month. Hearing how incredibly close her milestone birthday is, Miyagi can only offer her a warm, gentle smile. The scene shifts back to the city later on, with a distant voice breaking the quiet afternoon to ask if things ultimately didn't turn out well. Miyagi's ex-fiancée confronts her new partner, angrily reminding him that she even quit her job to join him after he promised his startup business would definitely succeed, only for him to sweatily admit that things did not go well. Although he begs her to wait just a little longer, she coldly shoots him down and states that staying with him is already a complete waste of her time. Showing absolutely no mercy, she bluntly initiates a breakup and leaves him to sigh in total defeat. Staring at her phone, she bitterly reflects on her choices, deeply regretting how her life turned out. Looking at a happy photo of her ex-Abba on her screen, she realizes too late that she should have chosen him instead. Meanwhile, Nina directly confronts her childhood friend Tsukasa, questioning if a romantic relationship is even necessary, and suggesting that staying friends is actually a much better option for them. She flashes a bright, cheerful smile and firmly reiterates that she simply prefers keeping things strictly platonic between them. She explains that she currently has far too many other personal goals to focus on, making it clear that she has absolutely no interest in getting a boyfriend or entering a relationship. Miyagi quietly reflects on his complicated situation, thinking that if things really are impossible between them, he wishes she would just be direct and say so. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the local high school as a new school day gets underway. Inside the classroom, Tsukasa looks at his phone and directly messages Shiraishi to ask if she has any plans to go anywhere tomorrow. He walks up to her desk and asks if she has birthday plans, pointing out that she usually goes out and does something special to celebrate every year. Looking down at her phone with a bright smile, she simply hums in response. She peeks at her secret chat with Ao-san, who had previously messaged her to ask about her favorite kind of cake, to which she enthusiastically replied that she loves absolutely everything. Tsukasa watches her react to her phone, waiting in silence to see how she will answer his original question about her birthday plans. To his absolute shock, she happily reveals that she already has some very important plans lined up for her birthday this year. Tsukasa instantly panics and yells out, asking if her birthday plans are with that older convenience store guy she has been hanging out with lately. Shiraishi can only smile back with a brilliant blushing grin, silently confirming that she is indeed spending her special day with Ao-san. The sudden revelation hits Meikun like a bolt of lightning, leaving him completely frozen in utter disbelief. He stands there in total silence, his mind completely blank as he tries to process the shocking news. Shiraishi is completely caught off guard by his abrupt reaction, desperately calling out after him and pleading for him to wait up. She is left sitting alone in the middle of class, thoroughly confused, as she looks around the empty room, wondering where on earth he could have vanished to. Meanwhile, the bustling city streets hum with activity, completely unaware of the dramatic storm brewing in his mind. Meikun wanders down the sidewalk in a total daze, questioning his own sanity after realizing he was so profoundly shocked that he literally walked out of school early without even realizing it. He quickly decides to lean into his impulsive escape, figuring he might as well just skip the rest of his classes and walk off his intense frustration. He is consumed with pure rage as he glares at his phone, realizing that Miyagi is the sole source of all his current misery and frustration. He bitterly regrets not reporting the suspicious older guy to the police when he had the chance, though he quickly realizes he cannot make such a risky move now without making things infinitely worse. With his school bag slung over his shoulder, he quietly walks away in gloomy silence, completely at a loss as to how he can protect his friend. Shiraishi flashes a radiant, genuinely happy smile that she has never shown to anyone else in her life. Watching her from a distance, Yahetome is left in a solemn, quiet silence. He bitterly admits to himself that he has never seen her look so incredibly happy, before turning off his screen and quietly muttering that he officially quits because this whole pursuit has become entirely ridiculous. With a heavy, resigned heart, he accepts that the beautiful expression on her face is one she only reserves for the person she truly likes. The scene transitions to the bustling city center as people crowd the streets under the bright afternoon sky. Meanwhile, the interior of a high-end accessories store displays elegant rows of delicate necklaces and decorative floral arrangements. Miyagi stands inside the fancy boutique, looking completely out of place and sweating in sheer nervous tension. While Miyagi anxiously wonders what kind of gift would actually make a high school girl happy, a cheerful sales clerk suddenly approaches to assist him, sending him into an absolute panic as he stammers that he is completely fine. She playfully teases him that if he doesn't make a decision soon, the pushy staff will start hovering over them, while Miyagi looks at the delicate jewelry and silently resolves to wait until she turns 18. Remembering her earnest request that they finally have a real talk about their relationship, Miyagi steels his resolve to give her his honest answer. Looking around a shopping center, Miyagi quietly resolves that next time she brings up her feelings, he is absolutely going to give her a proper, sincere answer. Meanwhile, back at school, she sits alone at her classroom desk, after hours getting completely lost in her own thoughts. She recalls telling him that they would have an honest talk about her feelings once she finally turned 18, playfully wondering if she should bring it up on her actual birthday. A wave of nervous doubt washes over her as she quietly wonders if putting such a major confession on him would only end up causing him unnecessary trouble. She sighs, admitting to herself that she definitely does not want to ruin her special day by creating a tense or awkward atmosphere between them. Steeling her resolve, she firmly decides to keep her confession to herself tomorrow and focus entirely on making sure they have a wonderful time celebrating together. She quietly admits to herself that while those were her sensible original plans, reality had a completely different agenda in store. Miyagi arrives back at the apartment only to discover a table full of beautifully decorated birthday treats waiting for them inside. Yet despite all her careful planning, the night completely derails as they find themselves in an incredibly compromising situation, with her leaning directly over him on his bed. Locked in an intense, breathless gaze, Miyagi can only stammer her name in pure sweat-soaked shock, completely overwhelmed as they stare directly into each other's eyes. Miyagi is left completely stunned, hopelessly panicking, as he tries to understand how on earth their situation ended up like this. Lying beneath her, Miyagi desperately tries to calm his racing thoughts, reminding himself that this is absolutely not right. The story flashes back to earlier that day, which officially marked Nina's birthday. Since they decided to celebrate the special day at home, he excitedly hands her a birthday present, prompting her to happily thank him with a bright smile. They happily eat a chocolate birthday cake together, with Nina cheerfully praising how delicious it tastes. Shortly after they finish eating, Miyagi quietly calls out her name as her behavior suddenly starts to shift. He notices her face turning incredibly red and asks if she is feeling all right as she begins acting highly strangely. Before he can even register what is happening, highly flushed, Nina suddenly leaps forward and tightly clings to him, leaving him shouting in utter shock. Bringing the timeline straight back to the chaotic present, Miyagi desperately struggles to make sense of what could possibly be going on with her. Miyagi feels a strange sense of familiarity as he looks at her current state, recalling that he has actually witnessed this exact kind of behavior back when he worked his corporate job during wild drinking parties. He feels like he is dealing with a work senior who has a terrible drinking habit, suddenly wondering in pure horror if there was actually alcohol in their food. He flashes back to the bakery counter where the staff explicitly warned him that the cake they bought contained strong liquor and cautioned that those with a low tolerance should be extremely careful. The realization hits Miyagi like a total lightning bolt as he finally connects the dots. He frantically apologizes to her, explaining that he is completely at fault because he never even stopped to think about the liquor content when he bought the cake, while she slowly edges closer and calls out his name. Completely drunk and out of her mind, she stares directly at him with watery eyes and passionately declares her love for him, leaving him totally shell-shocked. He completely panics as she continues to shower him with heartfelt confessions of love, leaving him desperately screaming in his own head as he tries to figure out how to handle this chaotic situation. When she passionately demands to know if he is even listening, Miyagi desperately tries to ground himself, internally reasoning that this is simply the alcohol talking, and that people always say crazy things when they are drunk. He frantically tries to reason with her, pointing out that even though she has turned 18, she is still technically a high school student, though she quickly groans in annoyance at his repetitive excuses. Since she has officially reached the age of majority, she confidently demands that he stop hiding behind the minor excuse and finally give her a real, honest answer as an adult. She directly puts him on the spot, softly demanding to know what he honestly thinks of her. She presses him with intense blushing resolve, desperately begging him to finally his true feelings with her. Before he can even process the question and formulate an answer, she suddenly murmurs about how incredibly exhausted she is, catching him completely off guard. She instantly collapses face first directly onto his chest, leaving him completely paralyzed in a state of utter breathless shock. He stammers in pure confusion as he tries to sit up, desperately asking if she really just fell asleep in the middle of such a massive, high-stakes conversation. He remembers her admitting that she didn't get a single wink of sleep last night because she was way too excited for their date, realizing with a sweat-soaked panic that she is officially dead to the world right on top of him. He looks down at her with a highly conflicted expression, his heart racing as he struggles to handle the sheer physical proximity. Staring at her peaceful, softly breathing, sleeping face, he feels his initial panic slowly start to melt away. He begins to quietly reflect on his deep, complicated connection to her online persona as Nina. As she tightly clings to him in her sleep, he softly admits to himself how incredibly simple it would be to just let the words slip out and tell her how much he truly cares. The morning sun rises quietly over the apartment complex as the birds begin to chirp, marking the start of a brand new day. Shiraishi sits up on the futon looking a bit dazed and trying to gather her thoughts after the long, eventful night. She is suddenly hit with a wave of confusion as she realizes her memory is a total blank, unable to recall a single thing that happened after they ate that birthday cake. Looking across the room, she is utterly baffled to find Ao-san sleeping soundly in the corner, silently questioning why he didn't just the comfortable futon with her, instead of freezing on the floor. Feeling a bit lonely since it was her birthday, after all, she decides to slide over and sit right next to his cozy blanket-wrapped figure. She blushes intensely as she gazes at his peaceful sleeping face, her heart fluttering as she lets herself enjoy this rare, quiet moment of closeness. Just as she musters up the courage to rest her head against his back, a sudden noise from the front entrance startles her out of her sweet reverie. She gently whispers to the deeply asleep Ao-san, trying to get him to wake up, because there is definitely someone knocking at their door. As the knocks continue, she happily deduces that it must be the delivery driver bringing the new game she ordered, meaning she has absolutely nothing to worry about. With total confidence, she cheerfully announces that she will handle the door and quickly unlocks it to greet their early morning visitor. Suddenly, a fashionable woman on the apartment balcony spots them and lets out a soft, surprised exclamation. When Shiraishi opens her front door expecting the delivery person, she is instead greeted by this completely unfamiliar woman standing on the landing. Shiraishi is left completely stunned when she realizes that the person at her door is definitely not the delivery courier she was waiting for. Staring at the beautiful stranger, Shiraishi is instantly struck by a wave of intense suspicion and alarm. The mysterious woman quietly inspects her from head to toe, murmuring a soft, analytical word to herself. The stranger smiles condescendingly and muses about how young Shiraishi is before mockingly questioning if his tastes in partners have suddenly shifted so dramatically. She adds that, while she heard about his recent troubles finding him with a high school student, is an incredibly extreme development even for him. The tense encounter reaches a freezing point when the woman casually addresses him by his first name, Aoba, completely paralyzing Miyagi in absolute shock as he recognizes his former fiancée. Miyagi's peaceful day is completely shattered the moment he looks up and freezes in utter disbelief. He is left sweatily panicking and completely speechless, barely able to choke out a startled gasp as a ghost from his past suddenly stands right in front of him. The unexpected intruder is none other than his toxic ex-fiancée, who greets him with a sweet, playful attitude, as if nothing ever happened, casually calling him by his old nickname Naki-chan, and cheerfully remarking that it has been quite a while. Miyagi immediately grows cold and defensive, bluntly telling her that they have absolutely nothing left to discuss after all this time and questioning why she even showed up. Nina stands right beside him looking extremely worried and completely in the dark about the sudden, intense hostility. His ex-fiancée merely dismisses his anger, telling him not to be so cold and distant to her. The sudden guilt trip immediately triggers Miyagi's past trauma, sending him into a sweaty panic as he desperately struggles to keep his composure. Anxious to protect Nina from the incoming drama, Miyagi avoids eye contact and quietly mutters that they should absolutely not have this discussion inside the apartment. Nina watches him with a heavy heart, sensing the overwhelming tension, but remaining completely silent. The ex-fiancée casually steps outside and shuts the door behind her, breezily shouting back that she will be waiting out in the hallway for him to join her. Left with no other choice, Miyagi turns to Nina with a deeply apologetic look, quietly telling her that he has to step outside for a little while to handle this. He tries his best to soften the blow before leaving, thoughtfully telling her to help herself to the leftover birthday cake in the fridge if she gets hungry, while Nina is left standing alone looking completely heartbroken. But just as he turns to leave, she reaches out and tightly grips his sleeve, refusing to let him walk out the door to face his past alone. Miyagi stops in his tracks and turns back in absolute surprise, letting out a confused gasp as he feels the desperate, silent plea of her tight hold. Miyagi is suddenly shaken by an unexpected realization, his expression turning highly serious and preoccupied. She notices his sudden tense silence and tentatively calls out to him, wondering if something is wrong. He quickly snaps out of his daze and awkwardly apologizes, nervously muttering that it was absolutely nothing to worry about. He remains completely quiet, clearly weighed down by his own private anxious thoughts. He prepares to head out, promising that he will return as soon as possible, while she waves him off. Left alone in the quiet apartment, she begins to obsess over the mysterious woman they recently encountered, unable to shake her growing anxiety. Her eyes widen in absolute horror as the devastating realization suddenly hits her that the woman was actually his ex-girlfriend. She starts comparing herself to the sophisticated woman, agonizing over her mature bob haircut, her elegant atmosphere, and her classy dress, and panicking over how completely different they are. She breaks into a terrified cold sweat as she looks at her own dyed hair, loud patterned clothes, and status as a mere student, feeling hopelessly immature in comparison. In a fit of adorable pillow-hugging despair, she desperately tries to convince herself that his tastes in girls must have drastically changed since their difficult breakup. Snuggling into her bedding, she quietly wonders to herself if there is a deeper reason behind his hesitant attitude. Remembering how Miyagi previously opened up about quitting his programming career after a brutal heartbreak, she softly points out that his deep trauma simply means he must have loved his ex-fiancée an incredible amount. Her eyes swell with tears as she directly presses him with an agonizingly vulnerable question, asking if he still harbors feelings for his ex, and if he would ever consider getting back together with her. Miyagi delivers an immediate firm denial, completely shooting down the idea of ever returning to his past relationship. Overflowing with immense, overwhelming relief, she bursts into loud, hysterical tears, happily squeezing her pillow while crying out how incredibly glad she is to hear that. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to a cozy local family restaurant in the city. Inside the restaurant, Miyagi's ex-fiancée casually sips her tea and points out that the girl she saw him with looked remarkably young, bluntly asking if she is his actual girlfriend. Miyagi sits across from her in a completely tense, sweat-soaked silence, utterly paralyzed by her unexpected interrogation. He weakly tries to deflect the awkward conversation by asking her why she wanted to meet up with him today, but she easily brushes his deflections aside and smugly demands an actual answer to her relationship question. She calmly advises him that a massive age gap is absolutely not an issue as long as both parties are entirely consensual, but she quickly adds that he probably shouldn't take things too seriously if it is just a temporary phase. Miyagi's ex-fiancée, Maki, points out that when a girl is at that young high school age, the guys around her are still just immature kids, making older guys easily seem like nice, comforting options. She questions what would happen if that delicate dynamic eventually changes or if her perspective shifts by that much over time. Miyagi quietly looks down, admitting with a heavy heart that he is already well aware of those harsh logical facts. Maki simply offers him a gentle, knowing smile across the table as she observes his troubled and serious reaction. He explains that due to some complicated circumstances, the runaway high schooler is currently in his care, which she quietly processes before he softly confirms the truth. Maki suddenly drops a massive bombshell, casually proposing that the two of them should give their romantic relationship another shot. Miyagi is left sweatily panicking and completely speechless in pure shock, while she simply watches his stunned reaction with a confident, hopeful smile. Miyagi stares straight ahead in deep, heavy contemplation, realizing that his current situation is only getting more and more complicated. The scene transitions back to the bright lights of the busy city at night as a sudden voice calls out to grab his attention. His ex-fiancée Nagi confronts him, asking if he is even paying attention to what she is saying. She addresses him directly, explaining that her father has been relentlessly nagging her about marriage, prompting Miyagi to weakly respond that he is listening. She smugly reveals that she lied to her father, claiming she already has a highly successful boyfriend on his way to the top, which prompted her father to demand. When he was finally going to introduce himself, leaving Miyagi to awkwardly ask if she really described him that way. She playfully dismisses his obvious hesitation, arguing that it is completely fine to embellish the truth a little since it is basically accurate anyway. He looks visibly uncomfortable as she notes his reluctance, before she casually suggests that he should simply come along and formally introduce himself to her parents. She explains that at her age, she really needs to start thinking seriously about marriage, adding that since he is still young, she is perfectly fine with taking things slowly. Caught up in her intense momentum, he weakly stammers that they can go ahead and do whatever she wants. She beams with absolute joy, enthusiastically declaring that, of course, she wants to move forward with the introduction. She looks at him with an incredibly affectionate and hopeful gaze, completely thrilled by his sudden agreement. Miyagi can only offer her a soft, quiet smile in return, quietly accepting her wishes with a heavy heart. He begins to reminisce about his past relationship, remembering how much he genuinely adored seeing her happy, smiling face. He reflects on how deeply committed they once were, even going so far as to have formal family meetings to discuss their future together. Back then, he was completely head over heels, willing to do absolutely anything in the world just to make her happy. He tirelessly threw himself into his corporate job, pushing through long hours to build a stable life for them. However, cracks began to form in their relationship when she started questioning how much longer he planned on staying in his modest apartment. He tried to reassure her, explaining that their current living situation was actually quite practical, because the cheap rent allowed them to save up a lot of money. She reluctantly agreed, but immediately brought up her expectation for him to move out within a year so they could finally start their lives together properly. She began pushing him about his lack of career ambition, asking if he really planned to stay at his current company forever instead of taking a massive risk to start his own lucrative business. He admitted that he had never once considered starting a business, firmly stating that he was completely satisfied with his current stable job. She is left looking deeply disappointed, realizing that their fundamental outlooks on financial ambition and a successful life are completely incompatible. In a flashback to his past corporate life, a coworker casually remarks to his fiancée about his relentless work ethic, noting that overworking is simply how Aoba is. Working late into the night at his demanding office job, Miyagi sighs as he reflects on how he has not been able to spend much quality time with his fiancée Nagi lately. He pulls out his phone to check her status, quietly remembering that she had taken the day off from work. He reviews their text conversation where Nagi asked why he took a day off earlier due to a fever, and firmly insisted that he should stay home and rest instead of coming over to her place. Miyagi remains deeply worried about her, knowing that her refrigerator is notoriously stocked with nothing but alcohol and that she probably has no real food to eat. Deciding that he should at least bring her some actual food, he heads over to her apartment building and rings her doorbell. The lock suddenly clicks open, catching him completely off guard as he waits for her to greet him. Instead of his fiancée, the door is opened by another man from his office who gasps in utter shock at the sight of Miyagi standing in the hallway. Looking past the man into the bedroom, Miyagi's world completely shatters as he spots his fiancée sitting on the bed in her underwear. Miyagi is left completely frozen in pure agonizing horror as the brutal reality of her ultimate betrayal finally sinks in. In a flashback to their breakup, Maki looks at Aoba in complete disbelief, questioning if he is actually being serious right now. She coldly lectures him that he cannot continue behaving like this, stating that while Aoba might be fine with his passive attitude, she is absolutely not, which is why she wants to call things off. She aggressively presses him further, asking if he does not think there is something deeply wrong with his own behavior since he is the one being cheated on. Miyagi remains completely quiet, silently wondering to himself why on earth she is suddenly bringing all of this up now. He gets straight to the point, directly asking her if she is trying to say that she still loves him after everything that happened. He looks down in a heavy contemplative silence, waiting for her to respond. Maki addresses him by his old nickname, trying to soften his guard as they sit across from each other. Miyagi starts to speak, hesitating as he prepares to give his final honest response. Back at the family restaurant, his ex-fiancée softly calls out his old nickname, breaking the heavy silence between them. Miyagi looks down in a quiet, solemn thought, hesitating as he prepares to finally speak his mind. With heavy but completely firm resolve, he finally works up the courage to deliver his final answer. His ex-fiancée quietly accepts his unspoken boundaries, softly admitting that she knows they simply cannot start over after everything that has happened between them. He quietly agrees, telling her that there is absolutely nothing left he can do for her anyway. Miyagi adds that since he is currently only working part-time, he is no longer capable of meeting any of her high expectations. She gently smiles at his self-deprecation, assuring him that she knows a talented guy like Aaba could easily find a great job in no time. She reveals that she actually knows someone who is actively looking to hire a systems engineer, explaining that she already recommended him, and that they would love to have him join their team. Miyagi stares back at her with a gentle, serious expression, offering a quiet but definitive apology to let her know he is turning down the offer. Miyagi absorbs the situation with a quiet understanding, preparing himself to present a single crucial request. Sitting across from him, she explains that her parents are extremely displeased about their sudden breakup, especially after he had already gone through the trouble of meeting them. She presses him further, complaining that her parents genuinely believed they were heading for marriage, and suggests that he should meet up with them to explain exactly why he broke off the relationship. Before Miyagi can even protest or question why he has to do this, she immediately cuts him off with a bright, manipulative smile, excitedly thanking him because she knew he would agree. Announcing that she will contact him later with the date, she abruptly gets up to leave, ignoring his frantic demands for her to wait. Casting a playful glance over her shoulder, she bids him farewell and confidently walks out, leaving him completely trapped in her pace. Left completely alone at the table, Miyagi can only sit in absolute silence as the immense stress of his past starts to catch up with him once again. He breaks out into a cold sweat, staring blankly as he struggles to cope with the overwhelming pressure of her sudden return. Completely drained of all his energy, he collapses face first onto the table, admitting to himself that he is just so incredibly tired of everything. Huddled over his arms, he quietly questions what on earth he is even doing, feeling utterly helpless as his complicated life spirals even further out of his control. He quietly laments that he didn't even have to engage in a conversation with his ex, and that he could have easily given her a solid reason to just leave. He realizes that if he had just turned his ex away, he wouldn't have caused her to look so incredibly hurt and worried. He is hit with a startling realization, admitting that the entire time he was talking to his ex, his mind was completely occupied with thoughts of her instead. He desperately tries to shake off the confusing thoughts, reasoning that it makes perfect sense for him to be thinking about his favorite virtual star. But deep down, he remains sweatily anxious, unable to ignore the underlying truth of his changing feelings. The scene transitions back to his quiet apartment building as he finally makes his way back home. Inside, she is in a total state of anxious, blushing distress, tightly clinging to a cushion as she awaits his return. Her nervous pacing is instantly cut short when he finally opens the door, prompting her to call out his name in immediate relief. He offers a gentle, apologetic smile, sincerely apologizing to her for taking so incredibly long to get back. Her anxious worries completely vanish in an instant as she flashes a brilliant, fanged grin and warmly welcomes him back home. She enthusiastically interrupts his thoughts, brightly offering him a slice of her delicious birthday cake. Since she hasn't eaten her, yet she sweetly asks if they can finally the dessert together. Miyagi reluctantly relents and agrees to the dessert, with her making her absolutely beam with joy before she happily scrambles off to get everything ready. Left alone, Miyagi finds himself feeling incredibly flustered as his heart rate begins to spike under the pressure. He looks over at her cute virtual merchandise, reminding himself of the digital idol who first pulled him out of his dark slump. The story shifts as Shiraishi begins to contemplate her next move, preparing to set a new phase of their complicated relationship into motion. Shiraishi holds up a brand new metal key, quietly questioning if it is actually a duplicate key for the apartment. Miyagi gently confirms that she can keep it, admitting that their current living arrangement has undoubtedly been highly inconvenient for her without her own way to get inside. She brightly explains that she actually planned to give it to him yesterday before she unexpectedly fell asleep, cheerfully reiterating that she still only remembers things up until she ate that birthday cake, which leaves him sweating in immense relief. Staring down at their empty plates, Miyagi nervously tries to steer the conversation back to the highly chaotic events of yesterday. But when she innocently questions if she said something weird, a highly flustered Miyagi immediately panics and stammers that it was absolutely nothing important. He stares at her in quiet disbelief, realizing that she genuinely does not have a single clue about the massive, passionate confession she made while she was drunk. The tense mood shifts when she suddenly brings up the mysterious, fashionable woman who cornered them earlier, prompting a solemn Miyagi to directly clarify that the stranger is simply someone he used to date. He looks at her with complete sincerity, calmly assuring her that their old relationship is ancient history and that there is absolutely nothing more to the story. He firmly reiterates that there is absolutely nothing left between them now, wanting to put any of her lingering doubts to rest. His face flushes as he struggles to find the right words, preparing to finally open up and what is truly on his mind. Shiraishi hesitates, stammering to Ao-san that she has something to say before quickly backing down and apologizing for the abrupt outburst. Desperate to escape the awkward tension in the room, she quickly stands up and announces that she is going to go wash the dishes. Miyagi's mind drifts back to her virtual idol persona, realizing that things were so much simpler when his only connection to her was through a digital screen. Meanwhile, she collapses back onto her futon in a total blushing heap, completely overwhelmed by her racing heartbeat. She buries her face under the covers, her heart pounding wildly as she realizes she is completely and hopelessly in love with him. Miyagi stands alone in the kitchen, his face burning bright red as he frantically questions what on earth is happening to his own feelings. Meanwhile, back at school, the looming reality of graduation prompts a sudden wave of male classmates to start approaching her with romantic interests. One blushing classmate nervously brings up the fact that they are all graduating this year anyway. Another boy eagerly chimes in, arguing that they should make the absolute most of their remaining high school days by creating unforgettable memories together. Yet another student confidently asks if they can hang out more so they can finally get to know each other on a much deeper level. Meanwhile, back at school, Nina casually sips on her drink while getting completely lost in her own thoughts. A male classmate suddenly asks her if her hanging out with Mei-kun is some kind of punishment game, making her realize in frustration that this is already the third time today she has been told the exact same thing. He blushingly confesses that he has actually had his eye on her for a while, but notes that her constant proximity to that boy from Class D makes her highly noticeable. The classmate explains that her close relationship with Mei-kun makes her incredibly difficult for others to approach, prompting her to reflect on her recent chat logs and realize they really haven't spent much time together lately. Waving his hands frantically, the boy quickly clarifies that he isn't trying to ask her out, but was just hoping they could start off as simple friends, which she casually agrees is perfectly fine. Seizing the opportunity, the classmate excitedly asks if she knows about the major fireworks festival coming up. Nina reacts with pure excitement to the news, taking him by surprise, as he explains it takes place next week on the first Sunday of summer vacation. Thrilled that the festival is happening so soon, she happily thanks him and enthusiastically agrees when he suggests they exchange contact information. Just as they finish adding each other, the boy is left completely confused by a sudden, unexpected noise. Meanwhile, back at his apartment, Miyagi is stuck on a highly tense phone call with his ex-fiancée, frantically trying to defend himself by explaining that he never said he was actually going to meet her. Miyagi reluctantly agrees to meet up with his ex one last time over the phone, asking her to specify the exact date and time. The final meeting is officially scheduled to take place on the upcoming Sunday. While he stands quietly by the window contemplating the call, the front door suddenly clicks open as she cheerfully announces her return. He turns around to face her as she excitedly calls out his name. She is absolutely beaming with excitement as she enthusiastically begs him to accompany her to the upcoming fireworks festival. Miyagi is caught slightly off guard by the sudden request, gently repeating her words about the fireworks show in surprise. After he readily agrees to go with her, she looks up with sparkling eyes and eagerly asks him exactly when the festival is going to be held. He is instantly struck with a wave of absolute sweat-soaked panic when she happily confirms it is scheduled for next Sunday, frantically realizing that of all the days in the year, it falls on the exact same day he promised to meet his ex. Shiraishi looks thoughtful in her school uniform, letting out a soft murmur as she slowly begins to piece the situation together. Miyagi instantly enters a sweat-soaked panic, frantically shouting that if she has other plans, it is completely fine and that he will happily change their scheduled date. She quietly reassures him with a gentle, knowing smile, softly mentioning that whatever she was thinking of is absolutely not urgent. She looks at him with a highly mischievous grin, teasingly asking him if his sudden schedule conflict is because he has to meet up with that ex-fiancée woman from the other day. When a sweating Miyagi awkwardly stumbles over his words, she holds a highly intense, smiling gaze and calmly tells him that it is perfectly fine. Believing he must have already promised his ex-fiancée, first she sweetly apologizes for causing a fuss and suggests they can simply find a different fireworks show to attend later. She gently tells him that this complicated situation is absolutely not his fault, leaving a deeply conflicted Miyagi feeling incredibly guilty. Before the heavy misunderstanding can settle any further, Miyagi urgently calls out her name to stop her in her tracks. He takes a stand with sudden, fierce determination, looking directly at her as he loudly declares that she has gotten the entire situation completely wrong. He earnestly promises her that while he never expected to cross paths with his ex-fiancée again, this meeting is strictly the final time they will ever speak, emphasizing that she is the only one who truly matters. Miyagi blushes intensely as he struggles to get his words out, explaining that he has a very important proposal to make. He drops his defenses completely and boldly asks her to accompany him to the upcoming local fireworks festival. Immediately panicking over his own forwardness, he frantically apologizes for overstepping her physical boundaries and backtracks in a total sweat-soaked frenzy. To his absolute surprise, she gently takes his hand to calm him down, assuring him that she does not mind his touch at all, which only leaves him completely flustered and speechless. When he nervously mentions that he has some errands to run beforehand on that specific day, she brightly suggests that they simply meet up directly at the festival grounds afterward once he is finished. She looks at him with complete sincerity, warmly promising him that she will gladly wait for him no matter how long it takes. Her heartwarming words hit him like a total lightning bolt, causing his heart to pound so violently that his entire face instantly flushes red. However, as the long-awaited day of the festival finally arrives, the gravity of what is about to happen begins to fully sink in for both of them. Overflowing with nervous emotion, she leans closer and softly whispers that she is finally ready to her truest feelings with him. Looking up at him with a deeply flushed face, she passionately begs him to give her his honest, proper response once she tells him everything. The scene shifts to a lively commercial district as Tsukasa and his classmates hang out at a local karaoke parlor. While relaxing inside their private room, one of the guys enthusiastically suggests they all head out to the upcoming fireworks festival next weekend, though his friend immediately questions if they are really going to go as an all-guy group, and begs someone to please invite a girl. Curious about his schedule, they turn their attention to Tsukasa, directly asking him what his plans are for next week, and if he is free to join them. Tsukasa casually checks his phone and quietly agrees to tag along, confirming that he does not have any other commitments and is completely free to go. Hearing his confirmation, the guys excitedly wonder which girls they should invite to join their group, before realizing that with a popular guy like Tsukasa tagging along, they probably will not even have to worry about recruiting anyone else. Tsukasa can only let out a silent, weary sigh at his friend's predictable antics, keeping his thoughts to himself as they continue their loud planning. As he gazes down at his phone, he secretly reflects that instead of going as a giant group, he would much rather spend the festival day with the one person he actually likes. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a grand hotel venue where a formal gathering is underway, with attendees casually noting that there is scheduled to be a massive fireworks display in the area later tonight. When the group suggests that they should all head out to watch the fireworks show together once their dinner is finished, Miyagi politely declines the invitation, explaining that he already has other important plans lined up. Nagi's parents express their deep disappointment over how things ended, noting how unfortunate it is since it has been such a long time since they last had the chance to catch up. The parents admit they were completely caught off guard when their daughter suddenly broke the news about the breakup, prompting Miyagi to offer a quiet, regretful apology for how everything went down. Miyagi weakly points out that he did not even get the opportunity to explain the situation to them directly, but Naga's mother warmly waves his concerns away and tells him it is completely fine. Miyagi is left completely stunned when the parents suddenly follow up by warmly expressing how glad they are that the two of them have apparently made up. Miyagi mentally stumbles over their bizarre assumption, listening in total confusion as the mother muses about all the misunderstandings they must have overcome and how wonderful it is that they had this chance to reconcile. The mother continues to happily chat away, teasingly mentioning that their daughter is finally at an age where she is old enough to start worrying about her romantic future. She further explains that because of her daughter's constant worrying, she was left feeling an absolute mountain of relief. Miyagi's brain completely short-circuits when the mother cheerfully reveals she was overjoyed to hear that the two of them are officially getting married, while Nagi sits beside him looking totally unbothered. He is left staring blankly in sheer, unadulterated terror as his entire world collapses under the weight of this massive, unexpected wedding lie. Breaking into a cold sweat, Miyagi slowly turns to look at his ex-fiancée, weakly calling out her name as he silently demands to know what on earth is going on. The story flashes back to a painful turning point in Ayaba's past. During a formal family dinner, his then-fiancée Nagi suddenly blindsides him by bringing up marriage plans. Stunned by her sudden declaration, Ayaba confronts her in private, demanding to know why she kept him completely in the dark about such a major decision. Instead of apologizing, Nagi coldly dismisses his concern, explaining that she isn't actually serious about marrying him and demanding that he simply play along with her facade. She reveals her selfish motivation, explaining that she absolutely despises her hometown and is desperately using the engagement to escape the marriage interviews her parents are trying to force upon her. Despite her insistence that everything is fine, Ayaba refuses to accept her excuse, arguing that her desperation still doesn't justify fabricating such a massive lie to their families. Desperate to resolve the situation, honestly, Ayaba pleads with Nagi to go back inside and tell their families the truth together. However, his desperate pleas fall on completely deaf ears as she coldly walks away from him. Ayaba is left utterly devastated and broken by her coldness, especially when she turns the blame back on him and mockingly demands that he stop lying to her. Miyagi looks down in deep emotional exhaustion, softly explaining to his ex-fiancée that she is someone he once truly loved, and that he definitely does not want their history to end in hatred. She is caught completely off guard by his raw honesty, her expression twisting in pure anger as she bitterly questions his dismissive tone. She furiously snaps that he is acting exactly like he did during their original breakup, bringing up how he abruptly quit his corporate job back when she abandoned him. Defending herself with absolute rage, she frantically argues that she never spread those toxic rumors about him in the office, claiming that was simply what everyone else already thought of him anyway. When Miyagi calmly notes he never explicitly blamed her, she snarls that she knows exactly what is going through his head, bitterly shouting that he shouldn't have even bothered showing up today if he was just going to judge her. With her anger boiling over, she directly demands to know his true reason for actually agreeing to meet up with her in the first place. Miyagi quietly looks away, explaining that he only agreed to this meeting because there was something he desperately needed to say to her properly. He addresses her directly by her name, Nagi-chan, causing her to instantly freeze in a tense, expectant silence. He delivers a devastating, clear-cut truth, firmly stating that he does not have a single shred of love left for her anymore. Staring directly at her with absolute unwavering resolve, he explains that his life has completely moved on, and that he now has other important things and someone incredibly precious that he intends to protect. She suddenly suggests they go back to his parents and explain everything, offering to take all the blame on herself. She follows up by asking if he honestly doesn't think he will end up regretting his current choices. Deducing that he is talking about the girl she saw earlier, she reminds him of their massive age gap and harshly warns that she will inevitably get tired of him and move on after just a few years. She continues her relentless attack, accusing him of only liking her because she is young and bluntly asking if he isn't just wasting his life. Miyagi calmly shuts her down, stating that she completely fails to understand Nagi. He reflects on his absolute lowest point, remembering how he became a complete shut-in, unable to do anything after quitting his job. He admits that he truly believed his life was entirely over back then. He acknowledges that everything changed the moment he finally met that girl. He firmly declares that even if she does end up leaving him someday, he will never consider his time with her a waste of a life. He finds his quiet resolve knowing that the life he has right now means absolutely everything to him. Miyagi reflects on the fresh start he has built, quietly acknowledging to himself that the meaningful life he is currently leading is entirely the gift she gave him. The starry night sky hangs beautifully over the city as the long-awaited summer festival finally gets underway. The festive grounds hum with absolute excitement as huge crowds of people wander through the rows of brightly lit food stalls. Having arrived at the crowded venue, Miyagi tries his best to navigate, but finds himself completely trapped by the massive, slow-moving sea of people. He checks his phone messages and is thrilled to see that Nina-san has already arrived, texting him to look out for her in a cute, floral-patterned yukata near the entrance. He instantly blushes in sheer excitement, his heart skipping a beat at the highly anticipation-inducing thought of seeing her in a traditional yukata. Peering through the massive crowd, he reasons that he should easily be able to spot her if she is waiting near the main entrance. His eyes suddenly lock onto a stylish girl standing amongst the festival goers, immediately realizing that it must be Nina-san. Seeing her soft, welcoming smile as they finally reunite, he is completely captivated by how beautiful she looks for their special date. She arrives at their meeting spot looking absolutely radiant in a traditional yukata, leaving Miyagi completely captivated by her elegant appearance. As they make their way through the bustling festival crowd, Miyagi quietly watches over her, though the massive size of the crowd makes keeping up with each other an absolute struggle. To prevent getting separated in the chaotic rush, she gently takes his hand, holding on tightly to ensure they stay connected. Suddenly, an incredibly familiar face appears amidst the sea of festival goers as her childhood friend catches sight of them. Her childhood friend stares back with a highly serious look, completely caught off guard to find them together at the festival. Miyagi immediately recognizes the boy and breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that her protective childhood friend is standing right there. Before they can even say a word, her childhood friend abruptly grabs her hand and starts leading her away through the crowd, leaving a completely flabbergasted Miyagi standing alone in utter shock. While waiting at the festival, Shiraishi is suddenly pulled away through the crowd by Mei-kun, prompting her to frantically protest that she is supposed to meet someone and absolutely does not want to go. Mei-kun looks back with a highly serious, sweat-soaked expression, muttering to her if there is actually some kind of trouble going on. When she demands to know why he is dragging her away, he casually responds that he has no real idea, sending her into an absolute fit of pure comedic frustration. She asks if he came to the summer festival entirely by himself, to which he explains that he actually arrived with some of their other high school classmates. He explains that he only stepped in because he saw her getting tangled up with some sketchy weirdos, though she casually dismisses them as just trying to pick her up, admitting she had actually planned on ignoring him if she saw him today. When he asks why she would avoid him, she flashes a bright smile and playfully reminds him that since they are classmates and friends, he should at the very least say hello. Dropping her playful teasing, she offers him a sincere thank you, admitting those pushy guys were indeed making her uncomfortable, and that she is truly glad he intervened to rescue her. Instead of cheering up, Mei-kun remains completely silent, his eyes filled with a deeply somber, pained expression. He is bitterly reminded of their painful past argument, remembering how she got intensely angry at him for trying to protect her, while she happily accepts help from the older convenience store worker. Trying to shake off the heavy mood, he asks why she is not currently with her date, prompting her to happily explain that Ao-san had to handle some quick errands first, but should definitely be arriving any second now. He questions her about the older guy allegedly running errands, bluntly asking if he is actually just out with another woman. He quickly brushes off his own suspicion, reasoning aloud that the guy doesn't really seem like the type to pull something like that. A sudden, dark realization seems to hit him as his demeanor instantly shifts and he trails off mid-sentence. She is left staring at him in absolute silence, completely taken aback and utterly confused by his sudden change in tone. Catching onto her silent reaction, he immediately recoils in pure disbelief and asks if she is genuinely serious right now. She frantically stammers out an awkward defense, desperately trying to reassure him that the older guy isn't on any kind of sketchy errand, before cluelessly questioning what he is even implying. He cuts her off with sheer desperation, urgently warning her that she absolutely cannot let herself fall in love with a guy like that. She lets out a bewildered gasp, completely blindsided by his intense and deeply personal outburst. He softly confesses that his original plan was to fully support her relationship if she truly loved the guy. His frustration finally boils over as he angrily declares that if the older man is going to act so suspiciously behind her back, he absolutely refuses to support her feelings anymore. At the bustling fireworks festival, Tsukasa pours his heart out to Shiraishi, acknowledging that while he knows she does not view him romantically right now, he is fully prepared to wait for her, begging her to choose him instead of going out with that older guy. Overwhelmed by his intense sincerity, Shiraishi looks at him with a deeply conflicted expression as the crowd of festival goers passes around them. She quietly opens up about her past feelings, admitting that there was a time when she was highly confused about her own heart and genuinely thought that she might actually like him too. She explains that she used to believe they were meant to be together, and that she had always assumed they would eventually end up dating each other one day. But as she looks down with a solemn face, she softly reveals that she finally understands the true nature of her feelings now. She gently but firmly draws a clear line, explaining that the way she feels about Tsukasa is completely different from the deep romantic feelings she harbors for Ao-san. With absolute honesty, she tells him that even if he decides to wait for her, she simply cannot return his feelings or give him the kind of romantic love he is looking for. She softly offers him a sincere apology, knowing how much her words must hurt, but choosing to be completely honest with him rather than leading him on. Tsukasa is bitterly transported back to their past conversation at school, vividly remembering how he had once asked if she would consider dating him in the future if she ever changed her mind about not wanting a boyfriend. He is painfully reminded of how he had told her to just be direct if it was impossible, remembering how she had pointed out that no one knows the future, and that she might eventually fall for someone else, realizing with crushing certainty that she has indeed found that special person in Ao-san. A nostalgic memory surfaces of her cheerful blushing declaration from the past, recalling when she happily claimed that she only liked Meikun. Back in the present, Tsukasa gently accepts her rejection, telling her that if she has finally realized who she truly loves, then it is completely fine, while a saddened Niner reassures him that he has absolutely nothing to apologize for. Looking away, Tsukasa quietly sighs and admits to himself that his feelings for her were entirely one-sided all along. As he bids her farewell and prepares to walk away, Nina can only call out his name in a soft, regretful whisper. Tsukasa tries to put on a brave face, but the painful reality of the heartbreak finally hits him, and he begins to cry bitterly as he walks away in the dark. He quietly merges back into the bustling festival crowd, reflecting on how glad he is despite the sadness. He feels a deep sense of closure, comforting himself with the thought that he is genuinely glad she finally told him her true feelings properly. Standing alone under the festive lights, Nina's quiet melancholy is suddenly interrupted when her phone begins to buzz. She looks down to see a message from Ao-san announcing he has arrived at the entrance, prompting a sudden wave of relief as she softly murmurs his name. Looking up with tear-filled eyes, her sadness quickly melts away into anticipation, knowing that the person she truly cares about is waiting for her just a short distance away. Preparing for the special summer outing, Shiraishi makes sure her styling is perfect for the upcoming festival. Dressed in a traditional yukata, she joins the festive crowd, eagerly looking forward to celebrating the summer night. The summer festival officially begins with bright lights and bustling stalls, setting a lively atmosphere for the evening. As he waits in the crowd, Aoba checks his phone, growing increasingly anxious as Nina still hasn't returned from her errand. The quiet waiting period triggers Aoba's lingering trauma, prompting him to reflect on how his ex-fiancée abandoned him and yet left him carrying the burden of her choices. The bitter memory of her accusations leaves him paralyzed with self-doubt, bringing his deepest insecurities to the surface as he tells himself he has no right to demand answers. Isolated amidst the bustling festival crowd, Aoba is completely overwhelmed by his anxiety, feeling entirely helpless and wishing he could simply disappear. Miyagi quietly reflects on his inner struggles, admitting to himself that this is exactly why he strongly dislikes this incredibly complicated thing called real love. He realizes that his deep, idealized adoration for the digital idol Nina is something that could never realistically exist in the actual world. He reasons that the virtual star does not love him, and that he has absolutely no right to expect her to, especially since she would likely be highly disappointed if she ever saw his real, deeply flawed self. He silently admits that keeping his feelings safe behind a screen as a distant fan would have been more than enough to make him happy. He admits that kind of distant admiration used to satisfy him, yet seeing her radiant, real-life smile has completely shattered his old defenses. His expression shifts from quiet, downcast doubt to a look of calm, absolute resolve. Steeling his mind, he decides to stop hiding behind his excuses and immediately go search for Nina-san in the crowded festival grounds. He promises himself that if he can successfully locate her amidst this massive sea of people, he will finally muster up the courage to tell her properly exactly what is in his heart, just as a familiar voice suddenly calls out his name. He prepares to lay his true feelings completely bare as she runs up to him with a brilliant, blushing smile and sweetly apologizes for keeping him waiting for so long. After returning from her sudden disappearance, she casually apologizes for leaving him behind, explaining that she simply ran into her childhood friend. Miyagi is completely dumbfounded by how casually she acts after such a dramatic scene, internally panicking as the fireworks are about to start. He nervously stops her, wondering if he should finally take the leap and deliver his long-awaited confession. Looking at her bright, expectant expression, his anxiety spikes to a fever pitch as he quietly laments how harsh reality always is. Unable to hold his feelings back any longer, Miyagi completely covers his face in sheer embarrassment and blurts out a direct, heartfelt confession. His sudden confession leaves her completely frozen, her eyes wide as she quietly turns to face him in absolute speechless shock. Her eyes quickly swell with tears as she struggles to process the incredibly momentous words she just heard. To make absolutely sure she didn't mishear him, she softly asks if he really just admitted that he likes her. Miyagi manages a quiet, incredibly flustered confirmation, hiding his bright red face to escape her intense gaze. As the festival loudspeakers announce that the fireworks display is finally ready to begin, Miyagi quietly reflects on how much easier it was to confess to her digital persona compared to admitting his feelings to the real girl standing right in front of him. Completely overwhelmed by his honest confession, she lets out a loud, emotional cry of pure, unadulterated joy, her face glowing with happiness as her long-awaited dream finally comes true. He frantically questions why he can't just spit the words out, his mind completely short-circuiting as he internally panics about not being able to keep up with the overwhelming situation. Bowing his head in pure flustered chaos, he profusely apologizes for completely fumbling the moment. Steeling his resolve with a heavily blushing face, he admits that it really isn't a surprise anymore and promises to finally say his feelings properly. He hesitates for a brief second, noting that because she is standing right in front of him, he needs to be entirely honest. He finally drops the massive confession, telling her that he truly likes her and explicitly clarifying that he means the real girl standing before him, not just her virtual persona. Right on cue, a massive barrage of fireworks suddenly erupts across the night sky, completely shattering the quiet tension. She lets out a startled gasp as the booming explosions instantly drown out the heavy atmosphere between them. When an embarrassed Miyagi awkwardly tries to brush it off and suggests they should get going, she desperately stops him, initially apologizing and claiming she couldn't hear him well over the loud noise. However, she quickly corrects herself, firmly holding him back and softly admitting that she actually heard exactly what he said. With a fiercely blushing face and unwavering determination, she boldly declares that she absolutely will not pretend his confession never happened. Shiraishi holds onto Miyagi at the festival, softly repeating his words back to him and expressing her sincere gratitude for his feelings. With his heart racing and his face completely flushed, Miyagi finally summons the courage to look her in the eyes and confess his own feelings in return. They a quiet, beautiful moment together amidst the bustling festival crowd as the fireworks continue to light up the night sky above them. The romantic tension is suddenly broken when she playfully suggests they immediately head over to explore the food stalls, leaving him to sweatily protest that she is shifting the subject way too fast. She enthusiastically lists off all the delicious treats she wants to eat before the festival ends, while he anxiously points out that there is absolutely no way they can finish all of that in time. She turns to him with a radiant, incredibly happy smile, excitedly telling him that it is time for them to finally get going. Miyagi stands completely captivated, his face turning bright red as he takes in the sight of her genuine, joyful expression. Stepping forward together under the dazzling fireworks, he happily agrees to her request as they head off to enjoy the rest of the night. Chapter 28 begins with a quick look back at some of the emotional milestones that have defined their relationship so far. The next morning rises bright and clear over the apartment complex, though the peaceful silence is quickly broken by a sudden startled exclamation from inside. Miyagi frantically pleads with her to wait a moment, his voice laced with sudden panic. He is left staring in complete bewilderment at her desktop setup, completely at a loss as to what just happened. While she cheerfully declares how incredibly happy she is, a sweat-soaked Miyagi frantically checks her computer and asks if she has actually deleted all of their audio data. She playfully giggles and admits that she might have deleted it by accident, prompting Miyagi to sigh and ask why she suddenly tried to handle the editing on her own when he would have gladly done it for her. Blushing deeply, she softly explains that she simply felt guilty about constantly relying on him to solve all of her problems. Miyagi gently acknowledges her sweet reasoning, but softly reassures her that he would still be more than happy to help her with anything from now on. Watching him, she warmly notes that he is acting exactly the same as usual, before she suddenly blushes, intensely recalling that they officially started dating yesterday and nervously wondering if they should start doing more romantic things together. She recalls a conversation she once had with her childhood friend Tsukasa, remembering how she asked him what dating would actually look like, only for him to casually reply that they would simply hang out exactly as they always do as friends. But she realizes that things are completely different with Ao-san, because he is a mature adult, leading her to wonder if dating him would involve much more intimate steps. While she works alongside him, she gets completely flustered, imagining what romance with him would actually entail, only to be snapped out of her daydream when he suddenly addresses her. Aoba lets her know that the technical adjustments for her setup are officially finished, prompting her to look at him with admiration. Overjoyed and deeply impressed, she reacts with pure fluttering excitement. She enthusiastically praises his technical skills, telling him how incredibly cool he is, prompting a grateful Aoba to softly thank her for her kind words. Wanting to address the awkward elephant in the room, Aoba hesitantly brings up her birthday and the highly emotional confession she made to him the previous day. He points out that, because of her sudden exhaustion and the chaotic events, they never actually got to properly discuss her feelings. Wanting to act like a responsible adult, Aoba firmly declares his boundaries, stating that because she is still a high schooler, he refuses to do anything until she officially graduates. She is left completely stunned, frantically processing the frustrating realization that she has to wait another half a year for him to make a move. Shureishi recalls his incredibly intense expression, realizing with a racing heart that he was completely and utterly serious during their talk. She quietly muses to herself that his straightforward, highly sincere attitude is indeed exactly the kind of thing she has come to love most about him. She starts to wander further into her happy daydreams about their future, only to be suddenly yanked back to reality by a loud, panicky shout from the hallway. Miyagi abruptly announces that he has to go out and run some urgent errands today, leaving a highly startled Shureishi demanding to know exactly where he is heading in such a rush. He loudly calls back that he will explain everything once he gets back home, leaving her sitting alone on the floor in absolute speechless confusion. Left all by herself in the empty room, she cannot help but reflect that this chaotic arrangement is absolutely nothing like the romantic dating life she had originally envisioned. Her quiet brooding is suddenly cut short when her phone begins to buzz loudly on the floor, catching her completely off guard. She is highly surprised to see an incoming call from her manager, quickly picking up the line and politely confirming that now is a perfect time to talk. She settles in by her streaming desk, happily greeting her manager and cheerfully asking what they wanted to discuss. Her happy smile instantly freezes in pure unadulterated horror as her manager drops the devastating news that her relationship was leaked on stream, warning her that she might now be forced to retire as a VTuber. Aaba finally makes it back to the apartment, calling out his return, only to be met with an incredibly heavy and quiet atmosphere. He loosens his tie in pure confusion when he spots her completely bundled up in a blanket on the floor, dryly noting that she is acting exactly like he does whenever he falls sick. She quietly explains that she received an unexpected call from her manager shortly after he left, prompting a concerned Aaba to sit down beside her and ask if something bad happened. She reveals that a highly popular senior VTuber from her agency, who commands an army of intensely devoted and parasocial fans, has suddenly landed in hot water. It turns out the popular streamer had a massive slip-up during a recent live broadcast, accidentally exposing the fact that she has a boyfriend in real life. She explains that she looked up the reactions online and found an absolute storm of harsh criticism from angry, heartbroken fans who felt completely betrayed after spending their hard-earned money. She adds that her agency actually reached out to check on her out of concern, reassuring her that having a private romantic relationship is totally fine as long as she keeps her personal life completely separate from her professional streaming persona. Back at the apartment, Shureishi's anxious thoughts begin to creep back in as she admits to Miyagi that she is still struggling with a lingering doubt. She brings up the harsh reality of her VTuber career, pointing out that no matter how incredibly careful they try to be, a devastating leak can still happen and completely ruin everything. She confesses that she had foolishly convinced herself everything would just magically turn out fine, ignoring the massive risks of her online persona getting exposed. She admits that thinking about those harsh consequences has ultimately made her reconsider their situation a bit. Miyagi's heart sinks as he hears her words, quietly repeating her mention of reconsidering with deep concern in his voice. Nervously looking up at him, Shureishi asks if his sudden change in demeanor means he is also starting to reconsider his feelings about her. Miyagi lets out a quiet, resigned sigh and slowly begins to reply to her worries. In a sudden comedic turn, Miyagi casually suggests that if things are really that risky, they probably should not go out, after all, sending a completely shocked Shureishi into an absolute panic. She frantically screams out his name, desperately shouting that is definitely not what she meant, even as she tries to process his surprisingly blunt reasoning. Refusing to let him give up so easily, she tearfully confronts him and demands to know if calling off their relationship is truly what he wants. Looking up at him with teary-wide eyes, she directly confronts him, desperately demanding to know if he didn't once say that he liked her. Miyagi sweatily tries to explain himself, but she immediately cuts him off, dramatically crying out that he explicitly promised he liked her. Miyagi glances at her phone and realizes she must have seen various harsh comments on the internet, making her highly emotional and leading him to quietly regret how incredibly thoughtless his previous words were. He looks at her with a gentle, determined expression, his initial panic melting away as he makes up his mind on how to resolve the situation. Seeing her break down completely and bury her face in her hands, he huddles close next to her in quiet solidarity to let her know she doesn't have to face her worries alone. Miyagi silently reflects on how much he wanted to help her, recognizing that her online persona had truly saved him and anxiously questioning if someone like him could ever hope to be close to the real virtual star. Resolving to take action, Miyagi suddenly speaks up and directly asks her if she would please go out with him for a bit. Flustered by his sudden request, she stammers in confusion until he quickly clarifies that he simply wants her to step outside for a change of pace, to which she hesitantly agrees. As they prepare to leave, he gently reaches out his hand, offering her a steady and reassuring anchor. He looks back at her with a calm, comforting smile, ready to help her clear away all of her doubts. After laying out his firm boundaries for their future, Aaba suggests they change the subject and head out together. Their journey continues on a quiet evening, with the two of them meeting up outside his workplace for a change of pace. They start their night together by picking up some sweet convenience store treats as they walk. Aaba suggests they head over to a nearby seating area to relax and enjoy their treats in comfort. As they get comfortable, she decides to transition into a more serious topic of discussion. Settling down together in the quiet neighborhood park, she softly calls his name to get his full attention. She catches him completely off guard by questioning his whereabouts earlier in the day, leaving him desperately scrambling to come up with a casual explanation. Miyagi sheepishly smiles as he finally opens up about his recent activities, admitting that he has actually been busy job hunting lately. Surprised by his sudden initiative, she asks if he is returning to his old company, prompting him to explain that while it is the same systems engineering role, he is actually interviewing with a completely different organization. When he adds that he is still waiting to hear back from his first interview, she smiles warmly and assures him that it is fantastic news. Miyagi explains that he wanted to take this big step because of a conversation they had right here on this bench, reminding her that she was the one who originally told him that was something she wanted him to do. Touched that he actually remembered her passing words, she beams with pride and excitedly praises him for doing exactly what he promised he would. Miyagi humbly insists that his sudden drive to fix his life is entirely thanks to her, though she casually brushes off his gratitude and wonders what she could have possibly done to deserve the credit. Miyagi silently admits that if he had never crossed paths with her back, then he probably would have just kept endlessly dreaming about his goals without ever actually doing a single thing to achieve them. He quietly reflects that his entire world only began to change because she was brave enough to approach him on that fateful day. He knows that her unexpected presence was the spark that finally saved him from his darkest days. Looking at her under the quiet evening sky, he gently delivers his deepest, most sincere gratitude, thanking her from the bottom of his heart for finding him when he was lost. As she looks back at him with wide, tearful eyes, he softly confesses that both her real-life self and her virtual persona will always be incredibly special to him, leaving her deeply moved as their special day comes to a beautiful emotional close. Looking up at the starry night sky, Miyagi sincerely admits to Shiraishi that both her real-life self and her virtual persona are incredibly special to him, and that she completely changed his life. He clarifies that his earlier hesitation about dating was never due to a lack of feelings, reassuring her that they can officially start going out right away if that is what she truly wants. But he gently suggests that even if they choose to wait, his feelings will not change, emphasizing that he simply wants her to prioritize her streaming career as Nina first. When she anxiously worries that holding off might cause him to fall in love with someone else, he immediately shuts down her fears and firmly reassures her that such a thing is absolutely impossible. With a warm and genuine smile, he looks at her and solemnly promises to remain completely faithful to her. Trying to lighten the heavy mood, Miyagi playfully teases her about what might happen once she eventually goes to college in the future. He jokingly suggests that if she meets a much better guy closer to her own age at university, she has his full permission to just forget about him, leaving her completely stunned. An outraged Shiraishi immediately snaps back in a cute cartoonish huff, loudly scolding him for saying such ridiculous things, and declaring that she will absolutely never stop loving him. She firmly demands that he stop acting like they are never going to date, promising that she will be fiercely protective of her virtual career and will never do anything to expose her boyfriend or hurt her fans. Sharing a quiet, comfortable moment together as the night winds down, they finally find perfect peace in their heartfelt compromise, completely secure in their future. With their faces incredibly close, Miyagi softly begs her to stay by his side forever, leaving her blushing intensely as they a highly intimate moment. Sweating and blushing intensely under the festival night sky, Miyagi can only let out a soft gasp of pure breathless wonder. She stares back at him with highly emotional, sparkling eyes, her face completely flushed as she processes his beautiful declaration. Sitting together on a quiet park bench in the dark, she nervously asks if he disliked their intimate moment, prompting him to immediately stammer a frantic, flustered denial. Desperately trying to hide his heavily blushing face, he softly explains to her that it definitely wasn't a matter of him disliking it. Leaning her head gently against his back under the beautiful starry night, she softly calls out his name. With a highly teasing, blushing smile, she playfully reminds him that he previously promised he wouldn't try anything romantic with her until she finally graduated from high school. Aaba is left completely flustered as she leans against him and softly assures him that it is perfectly fine for him to go ahead. He softly calls out her name under the quiet night sky as the weight of the moment settles between them. He falls into a tense, silent hesitation, struggling to find the right words as his heart races. He frantically backtracks and rejects the idea, sending her into a massive pout as she loudly protests his sudden change of heart. He gently reminds her that her student status is still a major factor, and points out that they have only just begun dating, suggesting that they really need to take their relationship one slow step at a time. He asks if it isn't completely normal to hold off on those kinds of intimate steps when a couple first starts going out, to which she quietly agrees. She softly murmurs that she understands her quiet realization, carrying a subtle hint of disappointment. She resigns herself to his sensible boundary, accepting that they simply have to wait. The scene transitions back to the quiet apartment balcony as the evening continues to unfold. Inside the apartment, she is left completely frozen, her eyes wide with absolute shock at the sudden, unexpected development. Naga's unannounced visit brings a sudden heavy silence as she silently reflects on her complicated past relationship with Aaba. When she asks about Aaba's whereabouts, Nina explains that he is currently fast asleep after finishing an exhausting night shift, prompting Nagi to simply hand over some snacks she brought for him. Nagi quietly opens up about her current situation, complaining that her parents have been giving her a highly difficult time and are forcing her to apologize to everyone for the immense trouble she caused during her flight. Noticing how tense Nina is, Nagi reassures her that she has no intention of staying long, revealing that she is officially moving back to her hometown the very next day and will never show her face around them again. Despite the bittersweet reality of her departure, she finds a quiet sense of closure and relief in finally leaving her past mistakes behind. However, before she officially says her final goodbye, Naga's mischievous side takes over as she decides to playfully tease Nina by asking if she is indeed Aaba's actual girlfriend. She pushes the boundaries even further by directly asking if the two of them have already taken their physical intimacy to the next level. A thoroughly flustered Nina frantically stammers out that they absolutely haven't done anything yet, leading a highly amused Nagi to bid her farewell and walk away. As she leaves, Nagi delivers one parting tease, mockingly suggesting that since Nina is still legally just a kid, Aaba would never actually let himself get truly serious with her. Left alone with her thoughts, Nina quietly reflects on the teasing words, feeling a mix of frustration and resignation, as she accepts the logical reality of why Aaba refuses to cross those boundaries with her. She can't help but wonder if his hesitation all boils down to her still being seen as nothing more than a kid. Aaba suddenly panics and tries to stall, desperately needing a moment to process the incredibly awkward situation unfolding right in front of him. His jaw drops in absolute shock as he finds a box of condoms and energy drinks, frantically questioning why on earth she would actually go out and purchase something so incredibly suggestive. She complains to Nagi-chan about how Ao-sen keeps holding back and using her high school student status as the ultimate excuse to reject her. She vents about her frustration, arguing that even if it is difficult for him to take the initiative, her turning 18 means she is legally an adult who is ready for a real relationship. Blushing deeply, she directly challenges him, pleading to know if he would still find a way to reject her even after she explicitly admits what she wants. Completely red in the face, he lets out a frantic shout of refusal, firmly declaring that he absolutely will not cross that line with her. The lightning-fast rejection hits her like an absolute physical shock, leaving her completely frozen and utterly speechless by his stubborn resolve. Aaba firmly reminds her that even though she has technically reached adulthood by turning 18, she is still a high school student who needs to act responsibly and keep herself properly covered up. He points out that since her father placed her directly in his care, he feels a strict duty to protect her, even if it is difficult to maintain those boundaries now that they are officially dating. He reiterates his previous warning, emphasizing his commitment to the boundaries they agreed upon. He asks her to be patient and wait just a little longer before they take their relationship to any physical levels. She softly agrees, her quiet response carrying a mix of embarrassment and understanding as she processes his words. He confesses that, while he truly wants to fulfill all her desires, he firmly believes it would be bad for her to fall in love with an adult, who would so easily compromise his morals by taking advantage of a high school student. He awkwardly apologizes to her, sheepishly admitting that he was really just trying his absolute hardest to act cool in front of her. She is completely taken aback, finding his sudden vulnerability and honesty incredibly unexpected. She lets out a soft, amused giggle, playfully asking if he was really just trying to look cool for her sake. She can't help but find his honesty completely endearing, happily teasing him about how adorable he is when he lets his guard down like that. Back in his room, Miyagi feels his heart racing in pure, blushing panic as the weight of their intimate conversation suddenly settles on him. While Shiraishi tries to awkwardly backtrack and change the subject, Miyagi can only stare at her in silent, fluttering wonder, thinking to himself how incredibly adorable she is. The room falls into a breathless silence when she suddenly catches him completely off guard by directly asking if they can kiss. When he reacts in pure sweat-soaked shock, she happily reminds him that they have technically already done a kiss, proudly pointing out that she was actually the one who initiated it on her drunken birthday night. She casually reasons that since they have already crossed that line, once there is no harm in doing it again, but Miyagi anxiously counters that it is a completely different story if he is the one initiating it this time. Miyagi nervously seeks her reassurance, but she softly puts all his doubts to rest, promising that she is fully prepared and will wait for him to make the first move. Warmly blushing, Shiraishi closes her eyes in quiet anticipation, patiently waiting for him to bridge the remaining distance between them. Miyagi gazes at her with a soft, deeply affectionate expression, letting go of all his lingering real-world hesitations. Gently reaching out to hold her hand to reassure her, Miyagi finally steels his resolve to take the lead. Leaning in warmly, they a soft, beautiful kiss that marks the official beginning of their new life together. The quiet night sky hangs over the sprawling city buildings, casting a somber shadow as a massive online drama begins to brew in the dark. Sitting in front of his glowing monitor, a shocked internet user gasps in absolute speechless disbelief at the sudden stream update. Toxic online comments rapidly flood the forums with angry anti-fans discussing her exposed secret relationship and demanding that the agency immediately terminate her contract. An upset viewer glares at his screen, bitterly reflecting on how her secret boyfriend has completely betrayed the trust of her most dedicated, hardworking followers. The scene transitions back to the quiet apartment building the next morning as Miyagi calls out her name to wake her up. He gently wakes her up from under the cozy covers, warmly reminding her that she needs to get ready because her brand new high school semester officially starts today. Sleepily rubbing her eyes, she wonders why on earth he is already awake so incredibly early, prompting him to explain that he needs to head out to work soon and wants to get a proper head start. Shiraishi excitedly reminds Aoba that his first day at his brand new job starts today. She sends him off with an incredibly cheerful and supportive message, wishing him the absolute best of luck. Reflecting on his career transition, Aoba notes that both he and a fellow new hire named Natori have joined the company together. He acknowledges his current temporary contract status, but remains highly motivated to prove himself and secure a full-time position. The receptionist welcomes the two of them, instructing them to wait briefly for their supervisor to arrive and begin their office tour. Natori decides to break the ice during the wait, introducing himself to Aoba with a very polite and friendly greeting. Aoba happily returns the gesture, and they both agree how reassuring it is to start their new professional journey alongside a peer. Aoba suggests they take the opportunity to exchange contact details, to which Natori readily and enthusiastically agrees. However, the casual interaction takes an unexpected turn when Natori glances over and notices the custom background on Aoba's screen. Natori immediately recognizes the virtual idol on his display as Amasaki Nina, creating an incredibly awkward situation on Aoba's very first day. Miyagi lets out a quiet, surprised sound as his new colleague brings up an unexpected topic during their conversation. He instantly lights up with pure ecstatic excitement, thrilled beyond belief to find out that his new coworker actually knows about his favorite virtual idol. The coworker explains that he is not just familiar with her, but is actually a massive fan himself, which makes Miyagi reflect that this is his very first time talking in person with a fellow fan. His new colleague delivers a sudden reality check, smiling smugly as he firmly warns Miyagi that he does not want him to get the idea that they are on the exact same level as fans. He looks at Miyagi with a deeply condescending grin, noting that, while Miyagi might casually enjoy her content, his own dedication is a completely different beast. The coworker launches into a relentless gatekeeping interrogation, demanding to know how long Miyagi has followed her, how much money he donates, and if he even runs her streams in the background to boost concurrent view counts, condescendingly lecturing him that real fans buy every single piece of merchandise to show support. He casually laughs off his intense rant, suggesting they chat some more about her, while Miyagi stands frozen in absolute sweat-soaked awkwardness. Miyagi decides to politely set a firm boundary, suggesting with a gentle smile that it would probably be much better for both of them if his coworker did not speak with such a gatekeeping fan mentality, leaving the other man completely stunned. Surprised by Miyagi's quiet but firm devotion, his coworker notes that he must truly care about her a great deal, which Miyagi quietly and proudly confirms. Miyagi reflects on what her presence truly means to him, knowing that both her virtual persona and her real-life self have completely changed his life. He quietly reflects on the situation, thinking to himself that Nina holds a highly special place compared to anyone else. Meanwhile, the scene transitions back to the real world, where she lies around and loudly complains about how completely bored she is. She laments that since it is only the very first day of the new school semester, classes wrapped up incredibly early, leaving her totally stranded with absolutely nothing to do while Ao-san is still out of the house. Realizing that Ao-san won't be returning until much later in the evening, she eyes her recording equipment and reasons that doing an unscheduled surprise broadcast should be perfectly fine. She gets completely energized by the idea, excitedly declaring that she is officially going to start up an impromptu live stream right this second. Meanwhile, a quiet shift in perspective brings the focus to a corporate office hallway as a brand new figure prepares to make his appearance. Inside the office, a relaxed colleague sighs about how incredibly dull his training sessions are because of all the endless explanations, confidently asserting that he is much more of a hands-on learner. Nettori apologizes for dragging him out to the smoking area, but Miyagi politely reassures him that he wanted to chat anyway, just as a sudden phone notification interrupts them both. The screen flashes with a sudden alert, instantly displaying the familiar starry-eyed gaze of a certain popular virtual idol. The notification reveals that Amasaki Nina has completely out of nowhere started an unscheduled chatting and gaming stream, leaving them both totally bewildered by the sudden update. Nettori is thoroughly confused, since this broadcast definitely wasn't on her official schedule, while Miyagi quietly stares down at his screen, deep in thought about her spontaneous decision. Seeing her cheerfully broadcast on a whim, Nettori casually chuckles and assumes she just got bored, while Miyagi can only stare blankly at her overly energetic digital avatar. Nettori abruptly apologizes, explaining that he is going to put on his headphones and tune into the stream right now, leaving Miyagi to politely tell him to go ahead, while internally lamenting that he desperately wants to watch it too. Leaving Nettori completely absorbed in his phone by the ashtray, Miyagi quietly turns to head back inside, silently reminding himself that he is still just on his work break. Settling back into his office chair, Miyagi tries to shake off the sudden distraction, giving himself a quick pep talk and firmly deciding to finally focus on his actual work. His concentration is immediately broken when a coworker approaches his desk, noticing that he returned alone and curiously asking where Nettori went. Without skipping a single beat, Miyagi stares back with a deadpan expression and smoothly covers for his fellow fans stone cold, lying that Nettori is currently stuck in the bathroom with a terrible stomachache. At her streaming desk, Nina gets completely distracted, secretly wondering if her favorite viewer is currently watching her broadcast. She worries that his sudden absence might mean he has actually fallen ill, leaving her highly concerned during her stream. Meanwhile, Aaba frantically tries to focus on his new office duties, while his senior colleague checks in to ask if he has any prior experience with the work. The long, exhausting first day of work finally draws to a close as the evening settles over his apartment complex. Once they are together at home, Aaba immediately apologizes to her for how things turned out today, leaving her thoroughly confused. Aaba explains his guilt over not being able to stay tuned until the very end of her stream, but she gently reminds him that his new job left him with absolutely no choice. She gives him a highly comforting reassurance, insisting that her streams should never feel like an obligation and that he should only tune in when he is completely free. Aaba is left quietly speechless, deeply touched by her mature and understanding attitude. However, Aaba suddenly points out that receiving such intimate direct comfort from his favorite streamer is technically a massive violation of proper fan boundaries. He seriously explains the need to maintain a strict distinction between his real-life support and his online fan etiquette, prompting an amused Shiraishi to tease him for being incredibly over-serious about his fandom rules. Aaba suddenly remembers a scheduling detail, casually letting her know that he will be returning home quite late on Friday, which immediately makes her curious. She narrows her eyes and playfully, but directly asks if he is secretly cheating on her, sending a sweat-soaked Aaba into an instant frantic panic as he vehemently denies the accusation. He quickly explains that his workplace is throwing a welcome party for the new employees, and he simply could not refuse the invitation, leading her to nod in understanding. Realizing she will have the entire place to herself for a while, she excitedly decides that she might as well schedule a special broadcast and stream for much longer than usual. She notes that since her regular broadcasts are usually held much earlier in the day, this late-night slot will be a fun change of pace, though Aaba lies under his blanket looking a bit conflicted. Aaba sighs heavily and wonders aloud why she is always like this, prompting her to tilt her head in complete and utter confusion. Aaba hesitates, slowly trailing off as he struggles to voice the real reason behind his sudden disappointment. He suddenly bursts out in pure dramatic despair, yelling that his busy work schedule means he will once again be completely unable to watch her live stream. She bursts into a bright, cheerful laugh, playfully telling him that he can easily just catch up by watching the recorded broadcast archive later. Later that night, Aaba lies awake in bed, scrolling through his phone, softly noting to himself that her late broadcast naturally brought in fewer viewers than usual. The colleague, lying in bed checking his phone, notes that her surprise stream wasn't on the official schedule, so the low initial viewership is completely understandable. He scrolls through the online fan comments, observing how devoted fans preach that true supporters should always be prepared for surprise streams, and at least leave the archive running in the background. He quietly scoffs to himself, concluding that ordinary fans simply do not have what it takes to truly support her. He is consumed by his own arrogance, declaring to himself that he is the absolute only one capable of truly standing by her side. On screen, the virtual idol, Nina, cheerfully kicks off her surprise broadcast, greeting her audience and introducing the game she plans to continue. Answering a fan's question about her schedule, she happily reveals that she decided to try a late-night broadcast this time, which will run until 11 in the evening. Hearing this, he becomes incredibly excited, noting that a late-night broadcast is exceptionally rare for her. The scene transitions to a lively local restaurant where a loud company gathering is underway, leaving Miyagi to internally groan about why it had to happen on a highly stressful day like this. Trapped at the mandatory work event, Miyagi sits looking completely downcast and exhausted, noting that his colleague Natori-san has been gone on a suspicious smoke break for a highly suspicious amount of time. He breaks into a nervous sweat, realizing with absolute certainty that Natori-san is simply hiding outside in the hallway to watch Nina's highly dramatic live stream. A friendly coworker tries to offer him another drink, but a deeply distracted Miyagi politely declines, screaming in his own head about how desperately he wants to escape and watch the stream himself. The heavily intoxicated coworker cheerfully presses him to order another drink, completely oblivious to his mounting anxiety. Miyagi can only offer a highly strained, sweaty smile, desperately trying to keep up professional appearances. Meanwhile, Nina wraps up her broadcast on the screens, mentioning that it has officially reached 11 at night and that she is finally calling it a day. Natori-san finally slips back into the room, checking his phone just as a coworker announces that the main group is already preparing to head out to the next after-party. Natori-san quietly declines the invitation to join them, prompting the coworker to eagerly ask him for a quick favor. Pointing at Miyagi, who has completely passed out face down on the table, she asks if Natori-san can make sure his coworker gets home safe, explaining that she must join the rest of the team at the after-party. At the post-work gathering, a male colleague is put on the spot when his manager reveals she already managed to dig up Miyagi's address, suggesting they a taxi since they both head in the exact same direction. He hesitates at the thought of a pricey cab ride, explaining that he was planning to just take the train home, but the manager quickly sweetens the deal by promising that the company will fully reimburse the taxi fare. Yielding to the arrangement, they climb into the back of the taxi with a thoroughly exhausted Miyagi completely nodding off while his coworker quietly checks his phone. His coworker turns to check on him, asking if he is holding up all right, to which a dazed Miyagi weakly mutters a response, as he learns they will be dropping him off first. Clutching his aching head, Miyagi weakly asks for the time, only to feel a sudden jolt of worry when his colleague tells him it is already almost 11:30. Sensing his sudden anxiety, his colleague curiously asks if there is somewhere else he urgently needs to be, but Miyagi quickly backtracks and says it is nothing. He quietly rationalizes that since it is already past 11, her broadcast has likely concluded by now, meaning he does not need to worry about interrupting her. The cab finally pulls up to the quiet apartment complex, basking the building in the still silence of the late night. His coworker asks if he is steady enough to walk back to his apartment alone, and after Miyagi assures him he is perfectly fine, they bid each other a polite goodnight. As the taxi begins to roll away, his colleague looks down in sudden horror, realizing Miyagi accidentally left his official employee ID badge sitting right on the passenger seat. While riding home, Notori suddenly asks his driver to wait a moment, as he realizes he needs to return something. He rushes up to Ayaba's apartment complex to return his coworker's forgotten employee ID badge, knowing how troublesome Monday morning would be without it. But just as they meet at the entryway, Shureishi's loud, cheerful voice suddenly echoes from inside the residence, welcoming him back. Sensing the highly awkward tension, Notori quickly hands over the badge and tells him that further work discussions can wait until Monday before making a swift exit. On his way back, Notori is left in a quiet, stunned daze as he processes what he just overheard. He initially tries to convince himself that Ayaba simply has a roommate whose voice happens to sound exactly like the famous VTuber, laughing off the bizarre coincidence as highly cringy. He chuckles to himself, finding amusement in his own theory about his coworker's personal life. Later that night, he tunes in to watch the live broadcast, noting the stream's schedule and timing. But as he analyzes the exact timing, the terrifying reality hits him like a total lightning bolt, leaving him completely paralyzed with horror as the dots finally connect. Meanwhile, Ayaba finally returns inside his apartment, where a highly concerned Shureishi anxiously questions if his long workday and stressful evening left him completely exhausted. Caught completely off guard by a sudden tight embrace, she is left totally frozen and blushing intensely as her mind races over what on earth she is supposed to do next. During a casual chat, she suddenly looks up from her phone and catches him completely off guard by asking what style he prefers. He immediately spits out his drink in pure chaotic shock when she casually clarifies that she is talking about underwear and wants to wear whatever style he likes. As he stares at her in absolute disbelief, she eagerly coaxes him over the phone, explaining that she wants to wear the exact kind of underwear her boyfriend likes, and begs him to help her pick something out. He is instantly flooded with a wave of intense embarrassment as his mind runs wild, imagining her in various cute lingerie sets, desperately telling himself that choosing her underwear is way too much for him to handle. Completely overwhelmed by the sheer embarrassment of the situation, he frantically rejects her request and screams that it is absolutely impossible, begging her to just pick something out for herself. Though he desperately tries to shut the conversation down, she refuses to give up so easily and playfully pouts, asking him to at least his favorite color instead. A few days later, an unexpected delivery of pink underwear arrives at the apartment, serving as a silent reminder of their previous late-night conversation. A quick recap reminds everyone of the chaotic events from the previous night, highlighting how surprisingly bold and assertive Ao-san can get whenever he has had a bit too much to drink. She is caught completely off guard when he suddenly pulls her into a tight, emotional embrace, affectionately calling her Nina-chan for the very first time. He suddenly asks her if school is fun, prompting her to internally complain that he is acting exactly like a concerned parent, though she nervously answers that it is indeed fun. With his barriers completely collapsed, he softly whispers the ultimate question, directly asking if she truly likes him. She is left completely breathless and stunned, his direct and vulnerable inquiry catching her entirely off guard. Finally, finding her voice, she softly confesses right back, quietly confirming that she does indeed like him. Leaning in incredibly close, she looks directly into his eyes with a heavily blushing face and softly asks him if he wants to kiss her. Overcoming all his lingering doubts, Miyagi leans in and they a deeply tender, long-awaited kiss. The world completely fades away as they hold onto each other tightly, letting the quiet warmth of their mutual feelings wash over them. With their emotional boundaries finally crossed, they step inside and close the door, leaving the chaotic real world behind them. The next morning, she is left in a state of utter blushing bewilderment as she watches him sleep peacefully on his futon, internally screaming over the fact that he went straight to sleep afterward without trying to do anything else. She huddles quietly on her futon, her mind spinning with a sudden anxious wave of deep self-doubt. She quietly wonders to herself if his sweet, respectful distance means he does not actually harbor any deep romantic feelings for her in the real world. On Monday morning, back at his new workplace, a cheerful Miyagi politely thanks his coworker, Nitori-san, for holding on to his employee ID card. Nitori casually laughs off the favor, admitting he has absolutely no memory of how he even managed to get home on Friday night, because he was so incredibly drunk, while Miyagi promises to properly thank him for his help next time. But his peaceful morning is instantly shattered when Nitori-san casually mentions that he had no idea Miyagi actually had a girlfriend, leaving a completely flabbergasted Miyagi frozen in absolute sweat-soaked shock. His coworker casually brings up the drop-off, noting that while he didn't actually see anyone, the setup heavily sounded like Aaba was living with someone, curiously asking if she is actually his girlfriend. With a soft, genuine blush, Aaba smiles and proudly confirms that she is indeed his girlfriend, completely embracing his feelings for her. His coworker Nitori gives him a knowing, quiet look, silently processing the heartfelt confession with a subtle, warm expression. When asked if they have been living together for a long time, Aaba weakly admits they only started sharing a place back in May, which immediately makes Nitori react with a thoughtful murmur while looking down at his phone. Staring down at his phone screen, Nitori starts connecting the dots, remembering that a certain virtual streamer took a sudden hiatus around that exact same time under the guise of a computer malfunction. Aaba notices Nitori's sudden silence and calls out his name, slightly confused by his colleague's sudden change in demeanor. Nitori quickly brushes off the tension with a light-hearted smile, assuring Aaba that it is absolutely nothing as he waves goodbye and walks away. Back at the office the following day, Aaba winds down his tasks, silently wondering where Nitori could have gone, since he has not seen him around all morning, right as a manager stops by to thank him for his hard work. Back at his corporate desk, Miyagi casually asks about his colleague's tasks, only to be met with complete surprise as his coworker mentions Nitori-kun actually left early because he wasn't feeling well. Miyagi's stomach instantly drops in absolute sweat-soaked shock when his coworker adds that Nitori-kun apparently dumped all of his remaining work for the day directly onto him. He is left deeply suspicious and anxious, silently questioning Nitori-san's true manipulative intentions as the scene transitions back to the quiet apartment building. Inside the quiet room, Shireishi's peaceful day is suddenly interrupted by a loud, echoing knock coming from the front door. Standing outside the entrance, Nitori-kun holds a highly calculating, serious expression as he stares down at his phone. In a corporate flashback, a supervisor approaches his desk to ask if Nitori-san actually handed over his files before leaving. Miyagi is forced to offer a highly apologetic response, sweatily admitting that he hasn't heard a single word or update from Nitori-san. He is taken right back to his past life at the corporate office, recalling the exact moment his work life started to spiral out of control. His colleague looks at him thoughtfully, slowly putting the pieces together, as she wonders if Nitori-kun was actually lying to them when he abruptly left. He feels a sudden chill as he is reminded of his worst workplace nightmare, remembering how easily gossip can spread once a toxic rumor gets started. He recalls the stinging whispers of his former coworkers, who instantly assumed he was trying to shift the blame and play the victim, even though he was the one who had been betrayed. Bitterly assuming that she won't believe his side of the story anyway, he decides it is much easier to just put on a fake smile and agree with her. But to his absolute shock, she calmly states that she wants to track down Natori-kun to get his side of the story first before making any rash decisions. She gently reasons that there might have simply been some major miscommunication between them, warmly offering to take over Natori-kun's workload in the meantime, so he doesn't have to worry about it. With a bright, friendly smile, she apologizes for bothering him with such bizarre questions and cheerfully bids him a safe trip home since his shift is officially over. He is left standing there completely frozen, his eyes wide in pure shock, as the sudden weight of her genuine kindness and trust slowly begins to register. With his eyes quietly hidden behind his bangs, he stands in a heavy emotional silence, deeply touched to realize that there is finally someone who is willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. He quietly expresses his gratitude, moving past the hectic workday as the focus shifts back to the quiet neighborhood. Suddenly, a knock breaks the afternoon quiet as a polite voice calls out from right outside the front door of the apartment. Sitting at her desk, she is caught completely off guard when the visitor introduces himself as Natori, Ao-san's co-worker, and politely asks if he is currently home. She feels a sudden wave of apprehension, anxiously wondering why on earth someone from his workplace would be looking for him at his private residence. Checking her phone, she realizes it is only late afternoon, and he should still be at his job, making her instantly panic with the horrifying thought that something terrible might have happened to him. Driven by sheer worry, she quickly makes her way toward the front entrance to find out exactly what is going on. She hesitates for just a brief second, steeling her nerves before she finally reaches out to undo the lock. The door cracks open with a sharp metallic clink, stopping short as the security chain catches it firmly in place. Natori peers through the small gap and offers a slightly teasing remark, asking if she isn't usually a lot more cautious than this when dealing with strangers. He coolly explains that listening to her live broadcasts always gave him the impression that she kept a very tight guard, leaving her absolutely frozen in horror as she realizes her secret virtual identity has been completely blown. The coworker smiles smugly as he reveals that he never in a million years would have guessed that Ayaba's girlfriend was actually his favorite virtual star, Amasaki Nina. Shiraishi is left completely frozen in absolute terror as her secret digital identity is abruptly laid bare right in front of her. He notes with a dry chuckle that he guessed these kinds of crazy scenarios really do happen in the real world. He casually points out that he does not see any issue with her having a private boyfriend, reasoning that it is perfectly fine as long as she never brings her personal life onto her streams. But his tone suddenly shifts as he raises a major issue, questioning if her boyfriend is actually a fan of Nina too. He coldly suggests that such a setup crosses a highly problematic and unfair boundary. He raises his voice in growing anger, demanding to know if choosing one single person to date out of her entire dedicated fan base is fair to the others. He directly presses her on the spot, bluntly asking her if doing something like that isn't completely wrong. Natori reflects on his past attitude, bluntly admitting to himself that he never actually liked VTubers in the beginning. He used to think they were just lazy creators who couldn't even show their real faces, relying entirely on attractive drawn illustrations to grab cheap attention from viewers. He thought that was the absolute limit of the medium, which is why he originally had zero expectations when he first stumbled upon her. But his entire perspective shifted the moment he discovered her very first broadcast. Tuning into her debut stream, he immediately felt a deep, genuine desire to support her and help her become incredibly popular. He threw himself into supporting her every way he could, leaving countless positive comments and sending generous donations without ever expecting anything back. He sincerely believed that maintaining that respectful, distant boundary was the absolute best way to behave as a true fan. But back in the present, he rides home in a daze, frantically wondering if the nickname he just heard her say at the door was actually referring to Miyagi. The highly specific nickname continues to ring in his head, and as he desperately tries to remember where he heard it before he realizes he can find the answers by digging through her archived stream recordings. He takes a trip down memory lane, remembering the exact moment she first debuted online as the sweet, aspiring virtual streamer Amasaki Nina. She happily calls out his fan name on stream, expressing her excitement over receiving a donation from her very first viewer, Ao-san. Natori quietly looks down at his phone, his face completely expressionless, as he reflects on his long obsessive history with her online persona. He tracks down her apartment building, standing right outside her front door and calling out to her, demanding to know why she is being so quiet inside. She cracks the door open just enough to look out, her face pale with fear and suspicion, as she asks him if he really has nothing to say after following her all the way to her home. With a chillingly calm expression, Natori points out that even if she tries to hide her voice now, it is completely pointless because he already knows her true identity as the virtual star. She is left completely frozen in fear, her mouth trembling as the terrifying reality of being cornered by a stalker at her own doorstep slowly sinks in. Suddenly, the tense standoff is broken as a shocked voice rings out through the hallway, calling out Natori's name in absolute disbelief. Miyagi stands at the end of the corridor, looking completely stunned and sweatily panicking, directly confronting his missing coworker and demanding to know what on earth he is doing at her apartment. Natori's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock as he spins around to see his coworker standing right behind him, gasping out Miyagi's name in complete disbelief. Aaba catches his colleague Natori right at his front door and immediately demands to know why he is there, prompting Natori to smoothly claim he simply heard Miyagi left work early due to feeling unwell. Listening quietly from inside the doorway, she feels a cold sweat break out as she begins to fear that Natori's unexpected visit is driven by a much more calculated motive. Natori continues his slightly accusing tone, questioning if Miyagi simply ducked out early and left him to handle all of his remaining work alone. He looks back at Miyagi with a steady gaze, telling him that he should know the reality of the situation much better than anyone else. He turns to address them both directly, laying out his discovery by confirming she is his girlfriend and asking point-blank if she is actually the virtual star, Nina, curious how she felt knowing he was one of her dedicated fans. Natori bitterly mutters that they must have been laughing at him behind his back this entire time, but she desperately speaks up to reassure him that is absolutely not the case. Miyagi steps forward to firmly clarify the boundaries of their relationship, directly stating that his virtual idol persona is not his girlfriend. Looking slightly nervous, he honestly admits he is not entirely sure what could have possibly given his colleague that wild idea in the first place. Natori reflects on his perspective as a loyal fan, explaining that even if the real-life person behind the virtual avatar actually had a romantic partner in her private life, it changes nothing. He firmly states that as long as she keeps her private life completely off her broadcasts, her personal relationships do not matter to her viewers at all. Miyagi internally reflects on the massive drama, quietly acknowledging that if her audience were to hear about a secret relationship during her stream, he can completely understand why they would get incredibly upset. He reasons that fans have absolutely no right to actively dig up the private lives that streamers work so incredibly hard to keep hidden, only to turn around and make a massive fuss about what they uncovered. He takes a firm stand, directly telling Natori-san that he does not think their toxic behavior and harsh expectations are right at all. Natori-san immediately scoffs and counters that if a streamer's secrets can be exposed with just a tiny bit of digging, then it is completely their own fault for being sloppy. Getting highly defensive and passionate, Natori-san shouts that since VTubers are paid professionals, they have an absolute obligation to hide their private lives flawlessly from their audience. Backing down slightly to avoid a scene, Miyagi sweatily apologizes and acknowledges that there are a ton of different opinions on this complicated topic, clarifying that he doesn't mean to claim he is absolutely correct. Still, Miyagi calmly explains that during her actual broadcasts, he is perfectly happy with whatever she does as long as Nina continues to simply be herself on screen. He explains that the beloved Nina they all fell in love with is ultimately the digital persona presenting herself during those live streams. Therefore, he questions if there is truly any realistic need for her real-life private persona to be completely flawless as well. Before Miyagi can finish his thought, Natori-san suddenly turns on his heel and storms away in a massive huff, leaving a highly startled Miyagi calling out after him in vain. Miyagi begins walking down his apartment balcony, his thoughts completely consumed by his ex-fiancée's shocking, dramatic, sudden appearance on their doorstep. Suddenly, snapping back to reality, Miyagi turns in a panic and urgently calls out to her, desperately asking if she is holding up all right after the incredibly stressful encounter. A sudden wave of intense emotion hits her like a physical force, leaving her completely frozen and utterly speechless. Unable to contain her fear any longer, she throws herself into his arms and holds onto him tightly. Miyagi gently wraps his arms around her, softly apologizing for putting her through such a terrifying ordeal. Miyagi holds her close, his expression turning deeply resolute, as he tells her that he was just doing some serious thinking about their current living situation. Keeping her safe in his embrace, he quietly asks if she would finally like to leave his small, cramped apartment behind so they can move on to a brand new phase of their lives together. She looks up at him in complete breathless awe, her eyes shining with hopeful wonder as his incredible proposal finally sinks in. A deeply shocked Shiraishi is left utterly speechless, her heart sinking as she begins to question the true meaning behind his words. She voices her absolute worst fear, asking if he actually wants to break up with her just to prevent any future controversies or issues. Aoba is left completely stunned and caught off guard by her sudden jump to such a drastic conclusion. He sweatily notes that while breaking up is technically an option, it was absolutely not what he was trying to say. He clarifies his actual point, explaining that he simply realized his current apartment is completely unsuitable for a professional streamer like her. He points out that proper soundproofing and security are absolutely essential, admitting that while his recent job change means he cannot afford to move immediately, he plans to find a much better place once he settles into his new career. He adds that they should live together again once he secures a proper place, noting that he will gladly talk to her father to get his official permission when the time comes. Filled with sudden hope, she softly asks if he truly still wants to live with her in the future. Blushing intensely, he quietly confirms that is indeed the case. Realizing how emotional their conversation has gotten, he suggests they put the topic on hold and finish their discussion later once she has had a chance to calm down. Aoba realizes he has some major explaining to do after his coworker's sudden and awkward departure. He hesitantly apologizes, wanting to immediately address the bizarre accusation his colleague made at the door. Shiraishi brings up his past claims about his favorite virtual idol not being his girlfriend, accusing him of lying to his peer. But Aoba firmly objects to her accusation, insisting that he didn't tell a single lie. He directly explains that his actual real-life girlfriend is indeed her, the person standing right in front of him. He clarifies that while he obviously loves her online persona, and although outsiders might view them as the exact same individual, he maintains a strict boundary. He adds that his real feelings for her go far deeper than his appreciation strictly as an online fan. Meanwhile, Natori stumbles down the dark street, completely emotionally drained by his shocking realization. He pulls up her official channel page on his screen, staring blankly at the prompt asking if he wants to officially unsubscribe. Accepting the heartbreaking reality that his favorite virtual star is happily taken in real life, he quietly accepts his final decision to step away. Natori stands in a heavy silence, his mind drifting back to how his entire world used to revolve around the beautiful shining dream of his favorite VTuber. He remembers her bright, cheerful, streaming voice welcoming everyone to her broadcast, only for her to suddenly squeal in pure breathless shock when he dropped a massive 50,000 yen donation on her chat. She sweetly thanked him for his incredible generosity, but gently worried about his spending and begged him not to push himself too hard for her sake. During a live QA, she read out his chat question, asking if she thought high-paying donors were somehow special to her. She offered a standard professional response, explaining that while she is incredibly grateful for donations, she treats all her viewers exactly the same and doesn't believe in giving special treatment to anyone. Flashing a brilliant smile, she declared that absolutely everyone in her audience is special to her and that she simply wants to keep having fun streaming with all of her fans. The cold corporate reality of her platonic words shattered his fragile delusions, leaving him utterly devastated and huddling alone in the dark, as he realized his grand romantic fantasies were entirely one-sided. He is snapped right back to the cold hallway, staring at the apartment building as he realizes that the real girl standing right next to him is a far cry from his flawless digital fantasy. Miyagi gently but firmly takes her hand, looking directly into her eyes and stating that the girl standing before them in the real world is definitely not the fictional idol Nina. She softly reflects on her lingering fears of connecting with others, holding on to the deep hope that she will one day find her genuine smile again as she sits beside him on their special park bench. The story fast forwards to a brand new setting as the academic year gets underway at a local university campus. Inside a quiet lecture hall, a classmate curiously speaks up to ask if he is actually the type of person who regularly tunes in to those kinds of online virtual broadcasts. She points directly to a screen showing a popular virtual avatar, teasingly asking him if he has a secret appreciation for VTubers. Meikun slowly turns around with an extremely deadpan and unamused expression, completely caught off guard by the sudden questioning. Shiraishi sits right beside him with a highly stylish look and a knowing, gentle smile, casually saying her virtual name. He quickly stammers out a weak defense, claiming he only looked at it because his senpai explicitly recommended the stream, prompting her to nod along with a highly amused smile. Meikun internally screams in absolute sweat-soaked panic over how on earth they both ended up at the exact same university, while she calmly reminds him that they simply applied to the same place by total coincidence. Shiraishi hesitates, struggling to voice her feelings directly as she looks at her childhood friend. Tsukasa cuts her off with a heavy, frustrated sigh, letting her know that he has heard quite enough. She notes that he is finally calling her by her first name again, asking why he was randomly using her last name for a while, though a totally disinterested Tsukasa simply claims he doesn't remember. She playfully guesses that he probably found things awkward after she got a boyfriend, prompting a completely mortified Tsukasa to scream in his own head that she clearly already knows the real reason why. She quietly murmurs to herself, seemingly satisfied with her own explanation. He adopts a much more serious tone, quietly asking her if her relationship is still going strong. The heavy silence returns as his quiet inquiry regarding her boyfriend hangs in the air between them. The scene shifts back to the busy, towering city streets as another day flies by. Inside a quiet office, Aoba sits diligently, focusing entirely on his new job. He is absolutely thrilled to see that Nina's stream has officially reached a massive milestone, celebrating her incredible achievement of reaching 1 million subscribers. Miyagi gazes at his phone during a quiet moment at work, completely captivated by the thumbnail for Nina's 1 million subscriber celebratory broadcast, and thinking that he could happily watch it on repeat. He fondly recalls her very first stream, smiling warmly as he reflects on how incredibly far they have both come since those early nostalgic days. He is suddenly hit with a wave of worry when he remembers Nitori-san abruptly quit his job after their intense confrontation, silently wondering if his former coworker is still secretly watching her streams from afar. His train of thought is broken when his female colleague walks up to invite him out for drinks with the rest of the team, but he politely declines by explaining that he already has plans for the evening. With a gentle, content smile, he gets ready to pack up and head out, looking forward to meeting up with the person waiting for him. He recalls their heart-to-heart conversation on the park bench, remembering how she encouraged him to move past his trauma, find a proper full-time job again, and start fresh with confidence. Stepping out of the glass entrance of his workplace, he pulls out his phone to check his messages under the afternoon sky. As he walks down the sidewalk, a familiar and energetic voice suddenly rings out across the street, calling out his fan name with absolute joy. He turns around with a bright, blushing smile, his face lighting up with genuine warmth as he spots her running toward him. She runs up to him with a radiant, overjoyed expression, leaving him completely captivated by her real-world brightness as he happily greets her. The two of them stand face to face under the bright, clear sky, their warm smiles silently confirming how incredibly far they have come together. He gently asks if she had to wait long for him, and she happily reassures him that she only just arrived, prompting a warm smile as he softly suggests that it is finally time for them to head back home together.